Take a slow breath and allow the sounds of the modern world to drift away. Instead, imagine the gentle hiss of steam escaping from a locomotive that has already traveled hundreds of weary kilometers. Hear the soft clink of metal tools against frozen steel. Smell coal smoke carried on a winter wind. Somewhere beyond the station roof, snow is falling with such quiet determination that even the railway tracks seem wrapped in silence. Tonight, you find yourself in the city of Breslau, then part of Germany, now known as Wrocław in Poland. The calendar reads late January 1945, and although the station clock continues its steady march from 1 minute to the next, everyone here understands that time itself has begun moving faster than anyone can comfortably follow. The Soviet Vistula Oder offensive has shattered the German front farther east. Entire military formations are retreating westward. Refugees crowd every road that still remains open. Orders arrive faster than they can be carried out, and every railway line across Lower Silesia has become one of the most valuable pieces of infrastructure still under German control. History often remembers this period through maps filled with arrows and front lines, but tonight, none of those maps matter. Tonight, your world is only as large as the station platform beneath your boots. The snow crunches softly as you walk beside a long line of freight wagons waiting beneath dim yellow lamps. Frost has settled across their iron couplings, and each breath hangs in the air before disappearing into darkness. Somewhere ahead, a Deutsche Reichsbahn Class 52 Kriegslokomotive, a wartime locomotive built for simplicity rather than comfort, waits beneath a drifting cloud of steam. More than 6,000 of these engines would eventually be built during the war. They were designed to use fewer strategic materials, tolerate rough maintenance, and continue running under conditions that would have crippled earlier locomotives. They lacked many of the refinements railway crews had once appreciated, but in 1945, elegance mattered far less than reliability. The locomotive is already alive. Its boiler murmurs with contained energy. The safety valves release small bursts of white vapor. Every few moments, glowing sparks rise from the chimney before vanishing into the snowy sky. A fireman opens the heavy furnace door, and for a brief instant, the darkness around him is replaced by brilliant orange light. He lifts another shovelful of coal into the firebox with the practiced rhythm of someone who has repeated the same movement thousands of times. His work is exhausting. A single winter journey may require several tons of coal to be fed into the furnace by hand. There are no machines to help him, only muscle, routine, and experience. You continue along the platform carrying a brass inspection lantern. Every wagon receives the same careful attention. Wheel bearings are checked for warmth. Brake hoses are examined for cracks caused by freezing temperatures. Couplings are inspected to ensure they remain securely fastened. Even during the final months of the war, railway regulations remain remarkably precise. A neglected axle bearing could overheat after only a few hours of travel. A damaged air hose might leave dozens of wagons without effective braking while descending mountain gradients. These are not glamorous responsibilities, yet they are among the reasons trains continue moving at all. Nearby, two clerks stand inside a small office whose windows have begun to frost over from the inside. One carefully records wagon numbers in thick ledgers, while the other copies departure instructions received by telegraph only minutes earlier. The tapping of the telegraph key never truly stops. Messages arrive from neighbouring stations, requests for priority movements, warnings about damaged bridges, reports of delayed military transports, orders to reroute convoys away from advancing Soviet forces. Each message is copied by hand. Each acknowledgement is sent back the same way. Long before computers, entire railway systems depended upon disciplined people performing repetitive tasks with extraordinary accuracy. Outside, another train arrives carrying civilians evacuated from villages farther east. The doors open slowly. Families step down carrying blankets, cooking pots, bird cages, and small suitcases that contain whatever fragments of ordinary life they have managed to preserve. An elderly man pauses before helping his wife onto the platform. A little girl refuses to let go of a worn stuffed rabbit despite her mother's gentle encouragement to carry something more practical. No one hurries them. Everyone understands. Historical records tell us that during January and February 1945, millions of German civilians fled westward as the Eastern Front collapsed. Railway stations became places of constant movement where military logistics and desperate civilian evacuations existed side by side. There was rarely enough space for everyone, yet somehow trains continued arriving and departing. You return your attention to the freight convoy waiting in the snow. Unlike the refugee trains, these wagons remain sealed. Most carry ordinary cargo essential to the shrinking German war effort: machine tools, replacement rails, industrial equipment, medical supplies, official archives. Some may contain artworks evacuated from museums as Allied bombing intensified. Others might transport machinery dismantled from factories no longer considered defensible. No one standing on this platform can see inside, and very few have been told exactly what has been loaded. Decades later, this uncertainty would give rise to one of Europe's most enduring wartime legends, the story of a mysterious train said to have disappeared somewhere in the mountains of Lower Silesia, perhaps carrying immense treasures, perhaps carrying nothing extraordinary at all. Modern historians remain cautious. Despite numerous searches and many confident claims, no verified evidence has ever confirmed the discovery of such a train. Yet the legend persists because the historical circumstances themselves were real. Thousands of railway movements occurred during these chaotic final months. Many records were destroyed. Some routes were abandoned. Entire filing systems vanished before the war ended. Into those gaps, imagination naturally found room to grow. The stationmaster steps onto the platform, his heavy overcoat dusted with fresh snow. He checks his pocket watch. Not because the timetable is still perfect, it no longer is, but because routine itself offers comfort. He raises a green signal lamp. Far ahead, the locomotive answers with a low whistle that rolls across the sleeping city before fading into the winter night. One by one, the couplings tighten. Steel meets steel with soft metallic knocks. The great locomotive begins to pull. Not suddenly, not dramatically. Simply, steadily. The wagons follow with patient obedience. You watch as the rear lantern slowly drifts away into the darkness, becoming smaller with every passing second until it resembles nothing more than a lonely amber star moving between snow-covered trees. No one gathered on the platform can know whether this particular journey will someday become part of history. To them, it is simply another departure, another freight train, another night of difficult work beneath falling snow. And perhaps that is the quiet lesson history leaves for us. The moments that later generations spend decades trying to understand rarely announce themselves while they are happening. They pass almost unnoticed, like the distant sound of steel wheels disappearing into a winter landscape, carrying with them questions that may never find complete answers. The station disappears behind you with surprising speed. Within only a few minutes, the lamps of Breslau become little more than faint golden smudges against the snowy horizon, swallowed by the darkness of a January night. The city has not vanished entirely. You can still imagine thousands of people waking, working, waiting, and worrying behind those distant lights, but from your place aboard the freight convoy, it already feels like another world. The steady pull of the locomotive settles into a comforting rhythm. 4 exhaust beats, a pause, 4 more. The sound echoes across frozen fields before returning from distant tree lines, softened by falling snow. After a while, the cadence becomes so regular that you begin measuring time not by minutes, but by the breathing of the engine itself. You stand in the brake van near the rear of the train, where a small cast-iron stove glows faintly in one corner. Its warmth is modest, never quite enough to chase away the winter chill, but enough to prevent ink from freezing inside the conductor's bottle and to keep numb fingers capable of writing neat figures across official forms. Those forms matter, perhaps more than anyone outside the railway service could appreciate. Every wagon has a number, every seal has been checked, every scheduled junction has an estimated arrival time. Each page represents another promise that somewhere ahead another railway worker will know exactly what should be arriving and when. The German railway system, even during its final desperate months, depended upon paperwork as much as steel. The train rolls steadily westward. You occasionally slide open the narrow window beside your desk, allowing cold air to sweep inside. It carries the scent of pine forests, damp earth buried beneath snow, and coal smoke trailing behind the locomotive far ahead. Tiny flakes settle upon the wooden ledge before melting into droplets that shimmer in the lantern light. Outside, telegraph poles march beside the tracks in perfect formation. Their wires hum softly whenever the wind catches them. For decades, these wires had carried the quiet conversations of Europe's railways. Signals, timetables, maintenance requests, warnings of damaged bridges, notices that another convoy had safely cleared the next section of track. During the Second World War, those same wires carried messages that determined whether food reached isolated garrisons, whether hospital trains received priority passage, or whether ammunition arrived before a defensive position collapsed. The war moved not only through armies, it moved through schedules. Ahead, the locomotive whistles once. Its sound drifts across the countryside like the call of some enormous animal hidden beyond the trees. The driver has spotted a level crossing. Long before the train arrives, a crossing keeper steps from a tiny wooden hut carrying a kerosene lantern. He lowers the gates by hand, checks both sides of the road, and waits patiently while the freight convoy passes. No automobiles appear. Only a farmer sits quietly beside a horse-drawn wagon, removing his cap as the engine rumbles past. The crossing keeper raises the gates once more. Within minutes, he is alone again. His shift continues until sunrise. History rarely remembers men like him. Yet without thousands of crossing keepers, signalmen, switch operators, telegraph clerks, mechanics, and track inspectors, the railway itself would simply cease to function. Every great system depends upon ordinary people whose names seldom survive. The countryside gradually changes. The broad plains surrounding Breslau begin giving way to rolling hills. The curves become sharper. The locomotive works harder. You can hear the difference immediately. Its exhaust grows deeper. The intervals between each beat shorten slightly as the driver carefully opens the regulator to maintain speed. Inside the cab, the fireman scarcely rests. Every few minutes he opens the furnace door, revealing a brilliant orange glow that briefly illuminates the snow swirling outside. Another shovelful of coal disappears into the firebox, then another, then another. Historical memoirs written by Reichsbahn crews often describe this endless cycle. During winter, a fireman could move several tons of coal with nothing more than a steel shovel before the journey ended. His work demanded strength, endurance, and constant attention. Too much fuel wasted valuable coal. Too little caused steam pressure to fall, reducing the locomotive's ability to climb steep gradients. Nothing about steam power was automatic. Every kilometre required human judgment. Near midnight, the convoy slows unexpectedly. A signal ahead remains red. No one complains. Waiting has become part of railway life. Somewhere farther along the line, another military train occupies the next section of track. Until it clears, your convoy cannot proceed. Safety rules remain remarkably strict despite the chaos surrounding Germany in early 1945. A collision would destroy precious locomotives and block vital transport routes for hours, perhaps days. Better to wait. You step down carefully onto the frozen ballast beside the train. Snow crunches beneath your boots. The silence surprises you. Without the movement of the wheels, the countryside seems almost impossibly still. Only the occasional hiss of escaping steam breaks the quiet. The locomotive exhales gently, sending white clouds drifting above the sleeping forest. Nearby, another railway employee walks slowly along the wagons carrying a small hammer. One by one, he taps each wheel. The sound changes depending upon the condition of the metal. Experienced inspectors could sometimes detect cracks simply by listening to the tone produced by that single careful strike. It is knowledge learned through years of repetition. Books could teach procedures. Only experience trained the ear. The signal remains red for nearly 20 minutes. During that time, snow continues falling. The roofs of the freight wagons become whiter. Footprints gradually disappear beneath fresh powder. No one speaks louder than necessary. There is something almost respectful about the silence. At last, somewhere ahead, a semaphore arm slowly lowers. The red lamp changes to green. The locomotive answers with a gentle whistle. Steam pressure rises. Couplings tighten. The train moves forward once more. As the convoy enters the foothills of Lower Silesia, tunnels begin appearing with increasing frequency. The first is short, barely long enough for darkness to surround the train before daylight returns. The second lasts much longer. Inside, every sound grows louder. The exhaust crashes against stone walls. Smoke curls along the ceiling before flowing backward through the tunnel. Water drips steadily from ancient masonry laid decades before the war. For several minutes, the outside world simply ceases to exist. Then, almost without warning, the locomotive emerges beneath an open sky. The mountains now dominate the horizon. Dense forests cover their slopes. Hidden among those ridges are abandoned mines, railway sidings, storage depots, and construction projects that wartime secrecy kept carefully concealed. It was here, in these valleys and mountains, that later generations would search for what newspapers eventually called the Nazi gold train. Modern historians remain cautious for good reason. There is abundant evidence that valuable cargoes were evacuated across Lower Silesia during the final months of the war. There is also extensive documentation showing that records were lost, routes changed, and infrastructure destroyed, but no verified archaeological investigation has ever confirmed the existence of the legendary treasure train itself. The mystery survives not because of proven treasure, but because history left behind unanswered questions. You look once more along the line of sealed wagons stretching into the darkness behind the locomotive. Each carries its own story. Some stories are carefully documented. Others disappear between missing pages, forgotten memories, and the quiet passage of time. As dawn begins its slow approach beyond the eastern hills, you cannot help but wonder whether the greatest mysteries are hidden beneath mountains, or inside the ordinary journeys that no one thought important enough to remember until it was already too late. The first light of morning arrives almost unnoticed. There is no brilliant sunrise, no sudden burst of colour across the sky. Instead, the darkness simply begins to loosen its grip upon the mountains. Shades of charcoal become grey. The outlines of pine forests emerge from the night, their branches heavy with fresh snow. Frost clings to every telegraph wire, every signal post, every abandoned siding that disappears beneath the trees. You have been aboard the freight train for hours now. The rhythm of the wheels has become so familiar that silence would feel stranger than motion. Ahead, the Kriegs locomotive continues its patient climb through Lower Silesia. Built for war rather than comfort, the Class 52 locomotive was never intended to be elegant. Engineers simplified its design so that it could be produced quickly and repaired with fewer strategic materials. Thousands were constructed during the conflict, and by the winter of 1945, they carried the burden of a railway network under enormous strain. The locomotive works harder now. Each incline demands more steam. Each curve requires careful control. The driver watches the pressure gauge as closely as he watches the track ahead. Too much steam wastes precious coal. Too little, and the heavy freight train risks stalling on an icy gradient. Beside him, the fireman has settled into an almost hypnotic routine. Shovel. Close the furnace door. Watch the pressure. Listen to the engine. Repeat. There is no applause for work like this. Only another kilometre safely completed. You leave the warmth of the brake van for a moment and step onto the narrow exterior platform between two wagons. The cold immediately finds every opening in your heavy coat. Your breath becomes a pale cloud that drifts away on the mountain wind. Looking behind you, the train seems endless. Freight wagons curve gently through the forest until they disappear around a bend. Small lanterns mounted at intervals sway softly with the movement of the convoy, glowing like distant stars against the snow. Everything appears peaceful. Yet every person aboard understands that peace is temporary. Far to the east, the Soviet advance continues. Entire towns have already been abandoned. Railway dispatchers spend every hour redrawing routes, avoiding damaged bridges, destroyed junctions, and overcrowded stations. Some trains carry wounded soldiers, others transport refugees, many haul machinery from factories that will never operate again. This train is only one among thousands. And yet, decades later, it would become journeys like this that inspired one of Europe's most enduring wartime legends. The The convoy approaches a small junction hidden among the hills. A solitary signal box overlooks the tracks. Its windows glow warmly against the winter morning. Inside, a signalman has likely been awake throughout the night, tending coal in his stove, recording train movements in thick ledgers, and operating a complex arrangement of steel levers connected by rods to points and semaphore signals outside. His work is repetitive, but repetition keeps trains from colliding. Every movement is recorded with remarkable precision: time, direction, locomotive number, number of wagons, special instructions. Even as Germany's military situation deteriorated, many railway workers continued documenting these details with extraordinary care. Their ledgers, where they survived, have become valuable historical sources, offering quiet glimpses into the final months of the war. The signal changes, your train proceeds. Soon, the railway enters another tunnel. Unlike the earlier passages, this one is longer, much longer. Darkness surrounds the convoy completely. The roar of the locomotive multiplies against the stone walls until it seems to come from every direction at once. Smoke curls overhead before rushing backward through the length of the train. Water drips steadily from cracks in the ceiling, each drop catching the glow of the engine before disappearing beneath the wheels. You cannot see the mountains, only hear them, only feel them pressing close on every side. When daylight finally returns, it reveals a valley unlike the ones before. Dense forest covers the slopes. Rock faces rise sharply beside the tracks. Old quarry roads disappear into the trees. Somewhere beyond these ridges lay construction sites associated with the vast underground works known today as Project Rees. Thousands of forced labourers excavated tunnels and chambers here during the final years of the war, though historians still debate the intended purpose of many sections. Some were likely designed for protected military headquarters. Others may have been intended for underground industry. Their unfinished corridors later became fertile ground for speculation. If tunnels existed beneath the mountains, people wondered, could entire trains have vanished within them? It is an understandable question, but history is often less dramatic than legend. Modern investigations have repeatedly searched these regions using archival documents, geological surveys, radar imaging, and excavation. While many fascinating wartime remains have been uncovered, no confirmed evidence has verified the existence of a hidden treasure train exactly as popular legend describes. The mystery survives because the circumstances were real. Convoys truly crossed these mountains. Records truly disappeared. Witnesses genuinely remembered unusual railway movements. But memory is not the same as proof. As the train continues westward, you notice maintenance workers clearing snow from a set of points leading to a secondary line. They labour with heavy shovels despite the freezing wind. One worker pauses to pour hot oil onto a stubborn mechanism before testing the switch again. Without functioning points, an entire section of railway could become unusable. No history book devotes many pages to frozen switches, yet they mattered. Wars are sustained not only by strategy, but by countless ordinary acts of maintenance. A cleared signal lens, a repaired brake hose, a bridge inspected before dawn. These quiet responsibilities rarely become legends. Still, they shape history. By mid-morning, the convoy reaches another transfer yard. Fresh locomotive crews wait beside steaming engines. Your own shift is nearing its end. The handover is conducted without ceremony. Observation reports are exchanged. Coal consumption is noted. Minor mechanical concerns are discussed. One crew climbs down, another climbs aboard. The train, indifferent to the changing faces around it, prepares to continue its journey. You stand on the platform for a final moment. Snow still falls. The locomotive whistles softly. Its wheels begin turning once again. Slowly, steadily, the wagons disappear beyond the trees until only the final red lantern remains visible. Then that too is gone. Years later, historians, journalists, engineers, treasure hunters, and curious travellers would search these valleys asking the same question. Which train inspired the legend? Was there one extraordinary convoy? Or did hundreds of ordinary wartime journeys slowly merge together inside human memory until they became a single story? Standing here in the winter of 1945, you cannot know. To you, this has simply been another shift on the railway, another inspection completed, another convoy safely dispatched. History has not yet decided which moments will become famous and which will quietly disappear into forgotten ledgers stored on dusty shelves. Perhaps that is the gentlest lesson these silent railways leave behind. The greatest mysteries are not always born from secret treasure or hidden tunnels. Sometimes they begin with ordinary people doing ordinary work beneath falling snow, never imagining that decades later the echo of their locomotive would still be rolling through the mountains, inviting future generations to wonder where exactly those tracks once led. Before the first shovel of coal touches the fire, there is silence. Not the silence of an empty world, but the quiet that belongs only to winter before dawn. Snow settles across the rooftops of the railway station in Hirschberg, a town nestled among the valleys of Lower Silesia, known today as Jelenia Góra in southwestern Poland. The surrounding mountains stand hidden beneath darkness, their forests wrapped in frost so thick that even the pine branches seem frozen in time. You pull your wool coat tighter as you step onto the platform. The station lamps cast soft circles of yellow light onto the snow, leaving long shadows between the freight wagons waiting on the sidings. Somewhere nearby, a steam locomotive releases a gentle sigh. The sound hangs in the cold air before disappearing into the stillness. It is January 1945. The war has entered its final and most uncertain months. Yet here, at this modest railway junction, the day's work begins exactly as it did yesterday. The railway has little interest in politics. It demands schedules, maintenance, discipline. Above all, it demands people willing to work through bitter weather while much of Europe sleeps. The station master unlocks the operations office before sunrise. He hangs his heavy coat beside the door, brushes melting snow from his boots, and immediately walks toward the large wall map that dominates the room. Coloured pins mark the condition of nearby lines. Some routes remain open. Others have been damaged by bombing. A few have been abandoned entirely as the front draws closer. Every morning the map changes. Every morning another decision must be made. There are fewer locomotives now than there were a year ago. Coal supplies arrive irregularly. Experienced engineers have become increasingly difficult to replace. Still, the dispatch board slowly fills with handwritten instructions. One freight train is ordered west. Another must wait for military priority traffic. A third has been delayed because a bridge inspection has not yet been completed. Nothing moves without permission. Outside, the engine crew prepares a Class 52 locomotive for another long journey. The driver walks slowly around the machine carrying a small oil lamp. He kneels beside each driving wheel, inspecting springs, brake rigging, and connecting rods. His gloved fingers brush away ice collecting around moving joints. A notebook emerges briefly from his pocket. A short observation, a check mark, another inspection complete. These routines may seem repetitive. In truth, they are acts of quiet confidence. Steam locomotives reward careful attention. They remember neglect. During the war, many engines remained in service far longer than engineers had originally intended. Workshop records from the Deutsche Reichsbahn reveal that locomotives frequently operated with repaired components, salvaged fittings, and improvised replacements fashioned by skilled mechanics, working with whatever materials remained available. Every successful journey became a small engineering achievement. The fireman climbs into the cab, carrying his shovel. He checks the water level inside the boiler. He examines the pressure gauge. Only then does he begin feeding coal into the glowing furnace. Orange light spills across the cab walls. For a brief moment, the locomotive seems less like a machine than a living creature waking from sleep. Nearby, another crew inspects freight wagons destined for the Western Rail network. Some carry sacks of grain. Others contain machine parts removed from factories farther east. A few transport hospital equipment. The cargo is practical, unremarkable. History rarely remembers ordinary freight. Yet wars cannot continue without ordinary freight. Food reaches cities because someone loaded it correctly. Hospitals receive supplies because someone verified the wagon seals. Entire armies depend upon paperwork completed by clerks whose names rarely appear in history books. As dawn slowly approaches, telegraph instruments begin clicking inside the dispatch office. The operator listens carefully. Every burst of sound carries another message from neighbouring stations. A delayed convoy, a damaged signal, fresh snowfall over a mountain pass, permission granted, permission denied. The rhythm never stops. Long before electronic communication, Europe's railways relied upon these brief coded conversations travelling along copper wires stretched between wooden poles. The messages were often short. Their consequences were not. One incorrect transmission might delay dozens of trains. One misunderstood instruction could place two locomotives on the same section of track. Accuracy is survival. You leave the warmth of the office and return to the platform. The cold greets you immediately. Snowflakes drift through the light of a signal lamp, turning slowly as they fall. Somewhere beyond the station yard, church bells announce the approaching hour. The sound reaches the railway only faintly. Here, time is measured differently. Departure times, boiler pressure, water consumption, wheel revolutions. The station clock matters more than the church tower. An elderly track inspector walks slowly beside the rails, carrying nothing more than a lantern and a steel hammer. His responsibility extends only a few kilometers beyond the station. Each morning, he examines fish plates, rail joints, and switch mechanisms before the first heavy freight trains arrive. Occasionally, he stops. One careful strike of the hammer. A pause. Another strike. Experienced inspectors often recognized hidden faults by listening to the tone produced when steel met steel. It is knowledge impossible to learn quickly. Years of repetition have trained both his ears and his patience. Farther along the yard, young apprentices clear snow from the points using wooden shovels. Metal tools might damage delicate moving parts. Their instructor reminds them not to hurry. Frozen switches cannot be forced. They must be persuaded. Hot oil is applied sparingly. Ice is chipped away gradually. The mechanism is tested again and again. Only when it moves freely does the signalman allow traffic to proceed. These are the hidden rhythms of wartime railways. Not battles, not speeches, just ordinary people solving ordinary problems under extraordinary circumstances. As the morning brightens, another freight convoy slowly enters the station. Its locomotive is coated with soot. Icicles hang beneath the running boards. The crew look exhausted. They have spent nearly 14 hours crossing snow-covered lines from eastern Silesia. The driver removes his gloves before accepting a cup of hot coffee from the station canteen. Neither man speaks for several minutes. Words can wait. Warmth cannot. Their journey has been successful. No wagons lost, no mechanical failures, no damaged track. By railway standards, that is victory enough. The locomotive will rest only briefly before another crew prepares it for yet another departure. Machines rarely sleep during wartime. Neither do the people responsible for them. As you watch steam drift upward into the pale winter sky, it becomes impossible not to notice how little separates one day from the next. Inspection follows inspection. Train follows train. Snow falls. Snow melts. New snow arrives. The work continues regardless. No one standing on this platform knows exactly how the war will end. They know only that another convoy is due before noon. Another telegraph message will soon arrive. Another locomotive will require water. Another journal entry will be written before the shift concludes. Perhaps history is built less from extraordinary moments than from thousands of quiet mornings like this, when ordinary railway workers stepped into the cold, performed their duties with remarkable care, and kept the rails alive one more day despite a world slowly coming apart around them. And as another whistle echoes gently through the valley, you find yourself wondering whether the greatest measure of courage is not found in dramatic acts of heroism, but in the quiet determination to report for another shift when no one can promise what tomorrow will bring. By the middle of the morning, the snowfall has eased. Only a few scattered flakes continue drifting across the station yard, settling upon rails polished bright by countless passing wheels. The sky remains hidden behind a blanket of pale grey cloud, allowing the light to spread softly across the valley without casting a single sharp shadow. It is the sort of winter day that seems to suspend time itself. You stand beside the locomotive while fresh water pours into the tender through a tall iron water crane. The stream crashes into the tank with a hollow roar before settling into a steady rush. Steam locomotives consume astonishing quantities of water. A heavy freight engine climbing mountain grades may require thousands of litres before reaching its next scheduled stop. Every water tower along the route becomes as important as the rails themselves. The fireman climbs carefully onto the tender, brushing away snow before checking the quality of the coal. Not every shipment burns the same. Some pieces are dense and dry, producing steady heat. Others crumble too easily or carry too much moisture, forcing the fireman to work harder simply to maintain pressure. He studies the fuel with the quiet attention of a craftsman inspecting expensive tools. His work begins long before the locomotive moves. Across the yard, another team performs what appears to be a simple task. They walk beside each wagon carrying oil cans, applying lubricant to moving joints exposed to freezing temperatures. Metal contracts in winter. Grease hardens. Even the smallest neglected hinge can become stubborn after hours beneath falling snow. No one watching from a distance would consider the work remarkable, yet each careful movement prevents problems that might otherwise halt an entire convoy hundreds of kilometers from the nearest workshop. Inside the dispatch office, the morning grows busier. Telegraph keys chatter almost continuously. The operator removes one narrow strip of paper after another from the recorder before carefully copying each message into thick logbooks bound in dark cloth. Every station along the line depends upon information arriving accurately and without delay. A freight convoy has reported slow progress through a mountain cutting where drifting snow has begun covering the rails. Another requests additional coal upon arrival. A passenger service carrying refugees is running nearly an hour behind schedule. Each report alters dozens of decisions farther along the railway. One delayed train creates another, then another, like ripples spreading across still water. You unfold a fresh timetable printed only a few weeks earlier. Already it has become outdated. Several routes marked in neat black lines can no longer be used safely. Bridges have been damaged. Junctions have become overcrowded. Military authorities continue demanding priority for certain transports, forcing dispatchers to rearrange civilian and freight traffic almost daily. Still, the paper remains valuable. Railway workers make small handwritten corrections in the margins rather than waiting for entirely new additions. Practicality often wins over perfection. Outside, a maintenance gang prepares to leave for a section of track several kilometers west of the station. Their equipment is surprisingly modest. Heavy shovels, steel bars, replacement fish plates, wooden sleepers stacked neatly upon a flat wagon, large canvas bags containing spikes and hand tools. There are no powerful machines waiting to do the difficult work. Most repairs still depend upon human strength. The foreman gathers his men around a rough sketch drawn upon folded paper. A frost-heaved joint has been reported near a shallow embankment. If ignored, it could eventually damage passing wagons or loosen the alignment of the rails. The repair cannot wait. Weather does not consult the timetable, neither does steel. As the small work train departs, the station briefly grows quiet again. You hear only the distant hammering from the locomotive shed, where mechanics continue repairing an older engine whose driving rod cracked several days earlier. Replacement parts have become increasingly difficult to obtain. Workshop crews often salvage usable components from locomotives damaged beyond economical repair. A valve from one engine may keep another operating for months. Wheels removed from abandoned wagons find new life beneath different rolling stock. Nothing useful is discarded. Necessity has become the greatest engineer. The canteen opens shortly before noon. Its warmth draws railway workers inside one by one. The room smells of vegetable soup, black bread, damp wool coats, and fresh coffee stretched farther than anyone would have imagined possible before the war. Conversations remain quiet. One mechanic discusses frozen brake cylinders. Another wonders whether enough coal will arrive before week's end. Someone mentions hearing distant artillery during the previous night. No one lingers on the subject. There is little any of them can do except return to work. Among the older railwaymen sits a conductor whose service began long before the Second World War. He remembers the final years of the old German Empire. He remembers the difficult winters after the First World War. He remembers rebuilding damaged railways during years of economic hardship. Looking around the crowded room, he quietly remarks that trains have always outlived governments. The younger men smile politely. Perhaps they understand. Perhaps they simply appreciate hearing a familiar voice. Soon the whistles sound again. Lunch ends. Coats are buttoned. Scarves wrapped tightly. The station returns to its endless rhythm. You accompany the track maintenance gang to the reported fault. The journey is slow. Their small locomotive moves carefully through forested cuttings where snow has drifted across the sleepers. Upon reaching the damaged section, the men begin work immediately. One loosens bolts securing the joint. Another lifts the rail slightly using a heavy steel jack. Others remove compacted ice trapped beneath the sleepers. No movement is wasted. Each worker knows precisely where to stand and when to act. Within an hour, the joint has been aligned once more. The foreman kneels beside the rail and places a straight edge carefully along its polished surface. Satisfied, he nods. The line is ready. No ceremony follows. The tools are packed away. The work train turns back toward the station. The repaired rails will likely carry dozens of convoys before nightfall, and very few passengers will ever know that a handful of railway workers spent their afternoon preserving the route beneath their feet. As the winter sun begins its slow descent behind the mountains, long blue shadows stretch across the valley. Another freight train approaches from the east. Its whistle echoes gently through the trees before the locomotive rounds the curve, trailing a plume of white steam against the grey sky. The station comes alive once again. Signals change, switches move, lanterns are prepared for another evening. The day has accomplished nothing that newspapers will ever report. No famous battle has been fought, no celebrated speech delivered. Yet hundreds of tons of food, machinery, fuel, and medical supplies have continued their journey because ordinary railway workers performed ordinary tasks with extraordinary care. Night returns to the valley almost as gently as it departed. The pale winter sun slips behind the mountains long before most people feel ready for darkness, leaving only a narrow ribbon of silver along the western horizon. One by one, the station lamps are lit by hand. Their warm glow stretches across the snow-covered platforms, reflecting from polished rails that disappear into the forests beyond Hirschberg. Another shift begins. For the railway, there is no true beginning or end to the day. There are only arrivals, departures, inspections, and the quiet certainty that somewhere another locomotive is already waiting for permission to move. You button your heavy coat against the evening cold and step onto the platform once again. The air is sharper now than it was that morning. Each breath hangs motionless before fading into the darkness. Somewhere nearby, a locomotive releases a slow cloud of steam that drifts lazily across the station yard, wrapping signal posts and freight wagons in a soft white veil. The night foreman studies the dispatch board inside the operations office. Several chalk markings have been erased and replaced throughout the day. Routes continue changing as reports arrive from stations farther east. Bridges are inspected almost constantly. Sections of track damaged by bombing are bypassed whenever possible. Freight traffic competes with military transports, refugee trains, hospital services, and maintenance crews working through the freezing night. Every movement must fit together, like gears inside a clock. The telegraph begins speaking again. The operator removes his headphones for a brief moment, rubs tired eyes, and returns to work. His fingers move almost automatically across the key, answering stations dozens of kilometers away. Permission granted, line occupied, proceed with caution, delay expected, simple messages, vital consequences. Without these conversations, the railway would dissolve into confusion within hours. Outside, another Class 52 locomotive slowly backs toward a line of waiting freight wagons. The driver leans from the cab window while a shunter raises his lantern, guiding the engine backward with small, deliberate movements. Closer, closer. A gentle metallic impact. The coupling locks into place. Steam briefly escapes beneath the buffers. The connection is secure. It is a movement repeated thousands of times every day across wartime Europe, yet each successful coupling represents trust. The driver cannot clearly see the wagons. The shunter cannot control the locomotive. Each depends entirely upon the experience of the other. Trust keeps steel moving. Nearby, wagon inspectors continue their evening rounds. Lanterns swing gently in their hands as they examine brake shoes worn thin by countless journeys. Wooden wagon bodies are checked for loose planks. Iron straps are tightened. Door seals are inspected against handwritten manifests carried inside leather folders already softened by years of use. One inspector pauses beside a refrigerated wagon standing empty on a siding. He runs a gloved hand across the weathered timber before making a short note in his inspection book. Nothing escapes his attention. During wartime, even an empty wagon possesses value. Every vehicle capable of carrying supplies represents another opportunity to keep the railway functioning. Beyond the station, maintenance crews prepare for work that can only be completed after scheduled traffic has passed. Their task tonight is neither dramatic nor dangerous by military standards. Several telegraph poles have begun leaning after repeated freezes loosened the ground around their foundations. If left unattended, heavy snow or strong winds could bring down the wires before morning. The crew loads ladders, replacement insulators, coils of copper wire, and heavy wooden braces onto a small maintenance trolley. Then they disappear into the darkness. Most travelers will never know they were there. If the work is done properly, nothing unusual will happen. Sometimes success leaves no visible trace. Inside the locomotive cab, the fireman wipes condensation from the pressure gauge with an old cloth. The glass fogs repeatedly as warmth meets the freezing air entering through the open side window. He smiles quietly while adjusting the fire. Years later, many surviving railway workers would describe this part of the journey as strangely peaceful. Not because the war had become easier, but because the locomotive demanded complete attention. There was little room left for fear while watching water levels, steam pressure, track signals, weather conditions, and fuel consumption all at once. Routine became a shelter for the mind. The station clock approaches midnight. Snow begins falling again, this time more heavily. The flakes swirl through the beams of locomotive headlamps, creating the illusion that the engines are moving through endless curtains of white. Signalmen take extra care. Snow can hide the moving parts of semaphore signals. Points must be checked more frequently. Switch heaters, where available, are inspected repeatedly to prevent ice from locking vital mechanisms in place. Winter wages a quiet campaign against the railway every single night. Yet the railway answers with patience. A shovel, a lantern, a kettle of hot oil, another inspection. The freight train receives clearance to depart. The green signal glows steadily. The driver answers with a long, low whistle that echoes through the sleeping valley. Slowly, almost reluctantly, the locomotive begins pulling its load westward. Steel couplings tighten one after another. The wagons follow. Within moments, only the final lantern remains visible. Then it disappears beyond the curve. The platform grows quiet again. Only drifting steam remains. The station master closes another page inside the movement register. He checks his pocket watch, records the departure time, blows gently across the wet ink before closing the heavy ledger. He cannot know that this ordinary entry may become one of the last complete records preserved before the front reaches Lower Silesia. Many railway documents created during these final months would later be destroyed, abandoned, or scattered across post-war Europe. Historians would spend decades reconstructing fragments from surviving station books, maintenance records, employee diaries, military dispatches, and faded photographs. Some stories would never be fully recovered. Neither would many of the people who kept the railway alive. Thousands of railway workers across Germany and occupied Europe continued reporting for duty until advancing armies overtook their stations. Some evacuated with retreating convoys. Others became prisoners of war. Many simply disappeared into the vast human displacement that followed the conflict. Their names survive only occasionally inside personnel files or faded family photographs. Yet every train that reached its destination carried a small part of their quiet determination. As the final hours before dawn settle over Hirschberg, the station grows almost completely still. A broom leans against the station wall. A lantern burns beside the signal box. Fresh snow slowly covers the footprints left by workers whose shift has finally ended. By morning, those tracks will be gone, but the railway will remain, waiting for another whistle, another convoy, another ordinary day lived beneath extraordinary circumstances. And perhaps that is how history is truly preserved, not only in great victories or famous defeats, but in the unnoticed devotion of men and women who kept the rails alive through one long winter, never expecting anyone to remember that they were there. Perhaps that is why the rails endure so strongly in memory, not because they carried legends, but because they carried life itself through one of history's longest winters. And as dusk settles quietly over Hirschberg, another whistle drifts across the snow-covered valley, reminding you that somewhere beyond the next bend, another crew has already begun the next shift, keeping the railway alive one careful mile at a time. Long before the first locomotive appears, the junction is already awake. The lamps have been burning for hours, casting warm pools of light across a maze of steel rails that spread through the valley like the branches of a frozen river. Snow has settled between the sleepers, softening the harsh geometry of the tracks, while every signal post wears a thin white cap of frost. Somewhere in the darkness beyond the station yard, a church bell marks 3 o'clock in the morning, though few people here have the luxury of noticing the hour. You are standing in Waldenburg, known today as WWII, a mining town nestled among the hills of Lower Silesia. For generations, coal from these mountains fueled factories, locomotives, and homes across Central Europe. During the Second World War, the town became something else as well, a vital railway crossroads through which military supplies, industrial machinery, and civilian evacuation trains all passed in endless succession. Every line seems busy, every siding seems occupied. Yet beneath the apparent disorder lies an intricate choreography that only experienced railway workers truly understand. The stationmaster unfolds the latest dispatch from Breslau and smooths the paper across his desk. Fresh instructions have arrived during the night. A military freight convoy will require priority passage before sunrise. 2 hospital trains are expected before noon. A maintenance crew has reported drifting snow near a mountain cutting west of the junction, reducing traffic to a single line until the obstruction can be cleared. Each new message changes dozens of decisions. Each decision affects hundreds of people. The telegraph key begins clicking again. Its rhythm is quick but never hurried. Every dot and dash carries practical information rather than dramatic news. A locomotive requests additional water. Another reports a damaged wagon axle. A signalman confirms that a passing loop has finally been cleared. The operator copies every word carefully into the station logbook before sending acknowledgements back along the wire. Outside, the railway yard stretches into darkness. Rows of freight wagons wait patiently beneath falling snow. Some carry coal from nearby mines. Others transport replacement rails, timber, machine tools, medical supplies, or sacks of grain destined for cities farther west. Their wooden sides are stained by years of service, while iron fittings shine faintly beneath a coating of frost. No 2 wagons are loaded quite the same. Yet each has been weighed, inspected, documented, and assigned a precise position within its convoy. Nothing is left to chance. You begin your own inspection with a brass lantern in one hand and a notebook tucked inside your greatcoat. The first wagon receives the same careful attention as the last. Brake shoes, couplings, axle boxes, door seals. The routine never changes. Veteran inspectors often say that familiarity is the railway's greatest safeguard. By repeating identical procedures every shift, unusual details become easier to notice. A missing pin, a cracked timber brace, fresh oil leaking beneath an axle. Small discoveries prevent much larger failures. Nearby, a locomotive slowly rolls toward the turntable outside the engine shed. Its journey has ended only moments ago, yet another assignment already awaits. Steam rises from every valve as mechanics gather around carrying oil cans, wrenches, and inspection lamps. One man climbs onto the running board and wipes soot from the pressure gauge. Another crawls beneath the chassis to examine brake linkages. The fire is allowed to settle, but never completely die. The engine may be needed again before daylight. The workshops of the Deutsche Reichsbahn had become masters of improvisation by 1945. Replacement components were scarce. Entire locomotives often remained operational only because mechanics removed usable parts from damaged engines awaiting scrap. Workshop records from the period describe repaired valves, patched boilers, reused bearings, and carefully machined fittings produced by local craftsmen when factory replacements could no longer be obtained. The railway survived because skilled hands refused to surrender to shortages. A whistle echoes through the valley. Everyone pauses briefly, not from alarm, from habit. The sound belongs to an approaching freight convoy climbing slowly from the east. Moments later, its headlamp appears around a broad curve, little more than a pale circle cutting through falling snow. Behind it stretches a long procession of wagons whose roofs have turned completely white during the night. The locomotive enters the yard with remarkable patience. No dramatic screech of brakes, no sudden bursts of steam, only measured precision. The driver eases the regulator closed while the guard watches the platform from the rear brake van. Signals are exchanged by lantern, one raised, one lowered, one brief whistle. The train comes gently to rest exactly where the dispatcher intended. Watching experienced railway crews work together is almost like watching an orchestra perform. Each individual concentrates on a different task, yet everything happens in harmony. The arriving driver climbs carefully from the cab. His face is blackened with coal dust, except for the pale lines left where melting snow has trickled down his cheeks. He removes one glove and accepts a steaming enamel mug from the station canteen. For several minutes, he says nothing. The warmth is enough. Later, while signing maintenance papers, he quietly mentions drifting snow near the mountain pass. Nothing more. There is no exaggeration, only practical information for the next crew. Beyond the station buildings, dawn begins to announce itself with the faintest silver glow along the eastern hills. The snow reflects that light long before the sun itself becomes visible. Telegraph wires shimmer like threads of glass. Rows of silent wagons stand beneath blankets of white, waiting for destinations scattered across a shrinking railway network. For a brief moment, everything appears almost peaceful. It is easy to forget that only weeks earlier, these same lines carried refugees fleeing advancing armies, wounded soldiers travelling toward hospitals, and factories dismantled piece by piece in desperate attempts to preserve industry farther west. The railway remembers all of it. Every wheel mark, every timetable, every hurried departure. You close your notebook after finishing the final inspection. Another convoy has arrived safely. Another shift continues. Somewhere beyond these mountains, countless other railwaymen are beginning the same routines beneath the same winter sky, each believing that their work is simply another ordinary day. None of them can know that history will later remember these railways not only for the cargo they carried, but for the mysteries they left behind in forgotten tunnels, abandoned sidings, and weathered station ledgers. As the first pale sunlight touches the highest snow-covered peaks above Waldenburg, another whistle drifts across the valley. Another train is approaching, and another long day on the railway has only just begun. Morning arrives quietly over Waldenburg, though the railway pays little attention to the rising sun. The clocks inside the signal boxes matter far more than the light outside. Every movement is measured in minutes, every delay recorded in careful handwriting, every decision passed from one station to the next by telegraph long before a locomotive rounds the curve. You remain at the junction as the first freight trains of the day begin arriving from the surrounding valleys. The mountains have always made railway work more demanding here. Unlike the broad plains farther north, the lines threading through Lower Silesia twist around steep hillsides, disappear into tunnels, cross narrow stone viaducts, and climb gradients that force heavy locomotives to work at the very edge of their capability. During winter, these routes become even more difficult. Snow gathers inside cuttings where sunlight rarely reaches. Moisture freezes against switchblades. Thick ice forms beneath bridge timbers. Nothing about the railway is effortless. Everything requires attention. A station porter pushes a small cart stacked with canvas mailbags toward the dispatch office. Before the war, these bags carried ordinary letters, newspapers, invoices, and family correspondence. Now many contain military reports, transport orders, engineering drawings, maintenance records, and official documents that must reach distant headquarters without delay. The railway carries information as faithfully as it carries freight. Inside the station, clerks sort papers beneath shaded lamps whose yellow glow has become familiar after so many long shifts. Ink bottles are warmed beside a small iron stove, so the freezing temperatures will not thicken the ink beyond use. Ledgers are stacked neatly on wooden shelves, each recording another day's movements with remarkable precision. Even now, while Germany's eastern frontier continues collapsing, someone still takes the time to write every locomotive number carefully. History often survives because ordinary people developed extraordinary habits. Outside, your attention turns toward the locomotive depot. Several Class 52 engines stand in a row, each releasing slow clouds of steam into the cold morning air. Mechanics move between them, carrying lanterns, grease guns, oil cans, and wooden toolboxes worn smooth by years of service. One elderly mechanic kneels beside a driving wheel, running his fingers across the polished steel tire. He closes his eyes for a moment, then taps the wheel lightly with a small hammer. The sound rings clear. Satisfied, he writes a short note in his inspection book before moving to the next wheel. You ask yourself how he can hear imperfections that others cannot. The answer lies not in talent alone. It lies in repetition. He has performed this same inspection thousands of times. The railway has trained his ears as much as his hands. Beyond the depot, a water tower dominates the yard. Its large storage tank supplies every steam locomotive passing through Waldenburg. A frozen water crane could delay an entire day's operations, so maintenance crews inspect valves continuously throughout the winter. They wrap exposed pipes with insulating material wherever possible and keep small fires burning near vulnerable equipment during especially cold nights. Water is as important as coal. Without either, even the finest locomotive becomes motionless. A whistle sounds from the eastern approach. The signalman climbs the narrow staircase leading to his elevated cabin. From there, he commands an impressive view of the junction. Dozens of steel levers stand before him inside a polished wooden frame. Each controls a different point or semaphore signal somewhere within the maze of tracks below. Before electrical interlocking became widespread, stations like Waldenburg relied upon these mechanical systems. Every lever connected to the railway outside through long steel rods running beneath the tracks. The signalman grips one handle firmly. He pulls. Far below, a distant set of points shifts into position with a heavy metallic clunk. Another lever. Another movement. One route closes. Another opens. It is slow work. Deliberate work, but remarkably dependable. The approaching freight train enters the yard precisely where intended. Its wagons carry coal from nearby mines, their black cargo piled high beneath thin coverings of snow. Coal from Lower Silesia remained one of Germany's most valuable wartime resources. It heated homes, powered factories, fueled locomotives, and supplied industries essential to both civilian life and military production. Every loaded wagon represented hours of labor performed underground. The miners rarely saw the railway workers. The railway workers rarely entered the mines. Yet each depended completely upon the other. As unloading begins, another crew prepares an outbound convoy. The station never truly rests. Even while one train arrives, another is already being assembled. Shunting locomotives move constantly through the sidings, pushing wagons into new formations with careful precision. The work demands patience more than speed. A misplaced wagon can disrupt deliveries hundreds of kilometers away. Each coupling is checked twice, each brake hose connected securely, each manifest reviewed before departure. Small mistakes travel surprisingly long distances. Near midday, snow begins falling once again. At first only lightly, then steadily. Within an hour, fresh powder blankets the rails. Track workers emerge carrying long-handled brooms, wooden shovels, and buckets of coarse sand. Their task is not glamorous. They clear platforms, sweep signal mechanisms, scatter sand where icy surfaces threaten secure footing. Passengers notice clean platforms. Few notice the people responsible for keeping them that way. Far beyond the station yard, another maintenance crew inspects a short stone bridge spanning a narrow mountain stream. The bridge has carried trains for decades. Every winter it receives the same careful examination. Loose masonry, expansion cracks, ice forming around drainage channels. One engineer carries nothing more sophisticated than a notebook, measuring tape, and flashlight. Engineering often begins with observation. The bridge passes inspection. Another quiet success. No newspaper reports it. No medals are awarded. Yet dozens of freight trains will safely cross before nightfall because someone chose to examine old stone with patient eyes. As afternoon slowly fades toward evening, smoke rises from cottages scattered across the valley below. Families prepare simple meals while locomotives continue arriving one after another. The railway follows its own calendar, its own rhythm, its own sense of time. The station master pauses briefly outside the office. He looks toward the mountains, now fading beneath another curtain of snow. Somewhere beyond those forests, hidden tunnels and abandoned industrial sites have already begun attracting rumors among railway workers. Strange movements during the night, sealed wagons, military guards, unusual destinations written only as coded instructions. No one claims certainty. Railwaymen learn quickly not to confuse rumor with fact. Still, the mountains seem perfectly suited for unanswered questions. Perhaps that is why so many stories survived long after the war itself had ended. As the daylight finally disappears, lanterns once again replace sunlight throughout the junction. The night shift begins assembling beside the depot. Fresh faces, fresh notebooks, fresh mugs of hot coffee warming cold hands before another long watch. The railway has completed another ordinary day. Soon it will begin another ordinary night. And somewhere beyond the next mountain curve, another whistle already echoes through the snow, reminding everyone at Waldenburg that the line never truly sleeps. It merely changes the people who keep it alive. Evening settles over Waldenburg with the quiet certainty of another snowfall. The mountains disappear first. Their dark outlines slowly dissolve into a curtain of mist and drifting snow until only the nearest pine trees remain visible beyond the station lamps. The valley grows silent except for the familiar sounds of the railway, the distant hiss of escaping steam, the metallic click of signal levers, and the slow, measured footsteps of workers beginning another 12-hour shift. You have spent an entire day watching trains arrive and depart from this mountain junction. By now, the routines feel almost comforting. Every movement follows another. Every whistle carries a purpose. Every lantern raised into the darkness means someone, somewhere, is waiting for permission to continue a journey that may last through the entire night. Inside the signal box, the evening signalman removes his gloves and warms his hands over a small cast-iron stove before beginning the night's work. The room is modest. Wooden floors polished smooth by decades of boots. A broad desk covered with ledgers and train diagrams. A wall clock whose quiet ticking never seems hurried. Most impressive of all is the long frame of mechanical levers stretching almost the length of the room. Each painted handle controls a different section of the railway below. Red for stop signals, black for points, blue for locking mechanisms. The system appears complicated to an outsider. To the signalman, it is as familiar as the rooms of his own home. He studies the train register. The next freight convoy is expected in 17 minutes. Until then, there is paperwork. Every arrival during the day has been recorded with careful handwriting. Locomotive numbers, arrival times, departure times, minor delays, special instructions. These records may seem ordinary, yet historians still rely upon surviving railway ledgers like these to reconstruct the final months of the war. Many were lost. Many survived only by chance. Those that remain preserve countless small moments that would otherwise have disappeared forever. Outside, the locomotive depot has become a place of quiet industry. Mechanics work beneath hanging lamps, whose yellow light reflects from polished steel rods and wet patches of melting snow. One engine has been brought inside for inspection after its crew reported unusually heavy vibration during the afternoon climb through the mountains. The chief mechanic begins where experience has taught him to begin, not with complicated instruments, with his hands. He rests a gloved palm against the warm axle box. He examines every bearing cap. He studies each connecting rod. A younger apprentice follows behind, carrying tools but saying very little. Most lessons are learned through observation. The older mechanic finally kneels beside one driving wheel. He smiles almost imperceptibly. A fastening bolt has worked itself loose. Nothing catastrophic, nothing dramatic. Yet, left unnoticed, it might eventually have damaged far more expensive machinery. The apprentice tightens the bolt carefully. Another problem solved before becoming a crisis. Elsewhere in the yard, a team of shunters begins assembling tomorrow morning's freight convoy. Heavy wagons loaded with coal from nearby mines are coupled together one at a time. Each impact echoes softly across the snowy valley. Buffers compress, chains are secured, brake hoses connected. The work demands patience rather than strength. Every wagon must stand in precisely the correct order before departure. A single misplaced vehicle can delay unloading hundreds of kilometers away. You walk slowly along the completed train carrying a hurricane lantern. Its warm light reveals thin crystals of frost covering wooden wagon doors. Official seals remain untouched. Wheel bearings appear sound. Brake shoes show even wear. The inspection book gradually fills with neat observations written in dark blue ink. No unnecessary words, only facts. That habit defines railway work. Facts preserve safety. Assumptions invite accidents. Near midnight, a telegraph message arrives from a station farther east. Another refugee transport is approaching the district. It will require temporary priority over ordinary freight traffic. The station master studies his timetable for several quiet moments before reaching a decision. One outbound freight train will wait, not because its cargo lacks importance, because the passengers aboard the refugee train have already spent days traveling west through winter weather. Sometimes compassion quietly reshapes the timetable. Historical records from the winter of 1945 describe extraordinary congestion across the German railway network. Military transports, evacuation trains, hospital services, and freight traffic competed for the same limited tracks, while bridges, locomotives, and fuel became increasingly scarce. Dispatchers rarely enjoyed ideal choices. They simply selected the least difficult option available. The refugee train finally arrives shortly after 1 o'clock. Its coaches are crowded. Frost clings to every window. Children sleep against their mothers' shoulders beneath blankets that have long since lost their warmth. The locomotive crew receives fresh water while volunteers distribute soup and bread as quickly as supplies allow. The stop lasts only 20 minutes. Then another whistle echoes gently through the valley. The journey continues. Many aboard have no clear idea where they will eventually settle, only that the railway continues carrying them farther from danger. As the night deepens, snowfall becomes heavier once again. Track maintenance workers leave the depot pulling small hand trolleys loaded with shovels, lanterns, oil cans, and replacement signal lamps. One group heads toward a mountain cutting where drifting snow repeatedly blocks the points. Another travels several kilometers west to inspect a bridge after temperatures have fallen well below freezing. These crews work almost invisibly. If they succeed, passengers never notice their efforts. The railway simply continues functioning. Perhaps that is the highest compliment maintenance workers ever receive. Nothing unusual happens. By 4 o'clock, exhaustion begins settling over the station. Coffee cups stand empty beside dispatch books. Lantern wicks burn lower. Boots grow heavier with frozen snow. Yet nobody rushes. Fatigue encourages mistakes. Experience encourages patience. Far above the valley, the first pale light of another winter morning begins touching the highest mountain ridges. Darkness slowly retreats. Signals that glowed brightly throughout the night now stand quietly against a sky turning soft shades of grey. The final freight convoy of the shift waits for permission to depart. The signalman checks the register one last time. Every section of line ahead is clear. He grips the heavy lever. With one steady pull, the semaphore arm outside slowly rises. The signal turns green. The locomotive answers with a deep whistle that rolls across the snow-covered valley before disappearing into the forests. Steam billows. Steel couplings tighten. The convoy begins moving westward at a patient, unhurried pace. You watch until the final lantern vanishes around a distant curve. Only then does the station seem truly still. Morning has arrived. Another shift is ending. The railway remains. Decades later, countless visitors would come to these mountains, searching for hidden tunnels, forgotten sidings, and stories of mysterious wartime trains. Some searched for treasure, others searched for answers. Yet perhaps the greatest treasure left behind was never hidden beneath the earth at all. It was the quiet devotion of thousands of railway workers, whose careful hands kept the lines alive through one of history's most difficult winters. Most of their names have faded from memory. Their work has not. Every surviving railway, every restored station, every preserved locomotive still carries a faint echo of those ordinary men and women who stood beneath falling snow, checked one more signal, tightened one more coupling, and watched one more train disappear into the mountains before dawn. Long before sunrise reaches the rooftops of Breslau, the warehouse beside Platform 9 is already alive with quiet movement. The building is enormous, built of dark red brick that has weathered decades of harsh Silesian winters. Frost clings to every window pane, softening the outlines of the wooden loading doors. A faint glow escapes through narrow cracks where lantern light spills onto the snow outside, revealing the slow footprints of railway workers who have been arriving since midnight. You pause beneath the station clock. Its hands show 3:30. No announcements echo through the yard. No crowds gather along the platform. Only the steady murmur of men and women working with practiced precision breaks the silence. The war has entered its final winter. By January 1945, German authorities across Lower Silesia are racing against time. Factories continue producing machinery, workshops still repair locomotives, and government offices remain crowded with files accumulated over years of administration. As the Soviet advance pushes steadily westward, decisions that once could wait for weeks must now be made within hours. What should be moved? What should remain? And what simply cannot be saved? The railway is expected to answer every one of those questions. You step inside the warehouse. The warmth surprises you. Not because the building is well heated, but because dozens of people working together create their own small climate against the bitter cold outside. The air smells of pine timber, machine oil, damp canvas, fresh rope, and coal smoke drifting in whenever the great loading doors slide open. Wooden crates stand in carefully arranged rows. Some are no larger than suitcases, others require 4 men to lift. Each bears neatly painted markings indicating its destination, weight, and handling instructions. A railway clerk checks every number against a clipboard already crowded with handwritten notes. Nothing leaves the warehouse until the paperwork agrees. A young apprentice rolls a handcart across the worn wooden floor. Its iron wheels creak softly beneath the weight of precision measuring instruments wrapped carefully in straw. Nearby, another team packs replacement locomotive valves inside padded crates before securing each lid with long steel nails driven home by measured hammer blows. Every sound is deliberate. No one wastes movement. These are not treasures in the romantic sense. They are tools, machine parts, industrial equipment, scientific instruments, items whose value lies not in gold or jewels, but in their usefulness. During the final months of the war, factories throughout eastern Germany dismantled countless machines before retreating westward. Lathes, presses, electrical generators, drafting equipment, laboratory instruments, and specialized tools were loaded onto freight wagons whenever transportation remained available. Entire workshops sometimes disappeared within a single night. Their machinery continued working elsewhere if the trains reached their destination. Outside, a Class 52 locomotive waits patiently beside the loading platform. Its boiler has been warming for nearly 2 hours. Steam curls gently from the safety valves while the crew perform their final inspections. The driver carries a grease gun beneath one arm. His morning begins exactly as yesterday's did. Oil the motion, inspect the brake rigging, check the sandboxes, examine every coupling pin. Routine creates confidence. Confidence creates reliability. You walk slowly toward the locomotive. The fireman opens the heavy furnace door, revealing a brilliant orange glow deep inside the firebox. The warmth reaches your face even from several steps away. He works without hurry. Each shovelful of coal lands exactly where experience tells him it should. Steam pressure rises steadily. Too quickly risks wasting fuel. Too slowly delays departure. The engine seems almost alive beneath your hand as you briefly touch the warm steel of the boiler casing. It vibrates softly, breathing, waiting. A whistle sounds somewhere beyond the freight yard. Another convoy has arrived from the south carrying empty wagons. Their weathered sides tell stories of countless journeys. Fresh snow rests upon their roofs. Ice hangs beneath the brake gear. The wagons are uncoupled one by one before shunters guide them toward the warehouse using lantern signals rather than shouted instructions. The process resembles a carefully rehearsed dance. One lantern raised, the locomotive eases backward. A second lantern swings gently. The brakes are applied. Steel buffers meet with a muted thud. Nothing dramatic, only precision. Inside the warehouse, the loading begins. Heavy timber ramps connect platform and wagon floor. Teams of labourers push handcarts slowly upward, careful not to allow wooden wheels to slip upon the frost-covered planks. Every crate has already been assigned a precise position inside the wagon. Weight must be distributed evenly. Fragile equipment cannot bear the pressure of heavier machinery. Nothing is left to guesswork. Railway loading manuals published before the war devoted entire chapters to proper cargo distribution. Those lessons remain just as important now as they were during peacetime. Improper loading could damage both freight and rolling stock. A single overloaded axle might end an entire journey before it truly began. Near the far end of the warehouse, another group works with unusual care. Large wooden cabinets filled with rolled engineering drawings are wrapped in waxed canvas before being placed inside specially prepared crates. Nearby, shelves of technical documents disappear into sealed boxes marked only with inventory numbers. No dramatic labels, no secret symbols, simply paperwork. History often remembers explosions and battles. Less often does it remember the quiet effort required to preserve knowledge. An engineer pauses beside one of the cabinets. He removes his hat for a moment, looking silently across the nearly empty workshop beyond the warehouse doors. Only weeks earlier, machines had filled the building with the sounds of production. Now many stand dismantled. Their foundations remain. The machines themselves are already packed aboard waiting freight wagons. Outside, snow begins falling again. Small flakes drift through the yellow light of station lanterns before settling upon the rails. Track workers immediately begin sweeping the points to prevent ice from locking the mechanisms. Their work never truly ends. As long as trains continue moving, someone must keep the railway ready. The stationmaster emerges from his office carrying fresh dispatch papers. He exchanges only a few quiet words with the freight conductor before both men bend over the wagon list. Several last-minute changes have arrived overnight. One wagon will be removed, another added. Departure time remains unchanged. The timetable bends. The railway continues. The final loading team secures thick iron seals across each wagon door. The conductor carefully records every seal number inside his ledger. Decades later, historians would examine surviving freight records from these final months, searching for clues about missing shipments, abandoned convoys, and unexplained movements across Lower Silesia. Most documents describe nothing mysterious, only ordinary cargo, only ordinary departures. Yet history has a curious habit of allowing ordinary events to become extraordinary when enough records disappear. Perhaps that is why so many legends eventually found their home among these mountains. Not because every train carried hidden treasure, but because every train carried uncertainty. As dawn slowly approaches beyond the eastern skyline, the warehouse begins growing quieter. The final crate disappears into the last waiting wagon. Loading ramps are removed. Handcarts returned to their storage places, lanterns extinguished one by one. Outside, The locomotive releases a long, gentle whistle into the snowy darkness. The convoy is almost ready. The station clock continues its patient ticking. Another departure approaches, and somewhere beyond the mountains, rails covered by fresh winter snow wait silently for a train whose ordinary cargo will one day become part of an extraordinary mystery. The warehouse doors close with a deep wooden thud that echoes through the quiet freight yard. For a few moments, no one speaks. The loading crews step back from the wagons, rubbing warmth into stiff hands after hours spent lifting crates through the freezing night. Snow continues to fall, though more gently now, settling across the roofs of the freight cars until each appears wrapped beneath a clean white blanket. Only the fresh footprints surrounding the train reveal how much work has taken place before dawn. You walk slowly beside the convoy. Every wagon has been closed, every iron latch has been fastened, every lead security seal hangs neatly from its locking bar, stamped with identification numbers that correspond exactly to the entries waiting inside the conductor's ledger. Nothing has been left to memory. Everything has been written down. The ledger itself is an ordinary object. A thick book bound in dark cloth with worn corners polished smooth by years of handling. Yet inside its pages lives the entire identity of the train. Wagon numbers, loading locations, cargo weights, departure times, scheduled inspections, transfer stations, replacement crews. To anyone unfamiliar with railway work, it is simply paperwork. To the railway, it is the journey itself. Without these records, hundreds of freight wagons would become little more than anonymous wooden boxes rolling across Europe. Inside the dispatch office, the station master removes his spectacles and studies the latest transport orders beneath a green-shaded desk lamp. The electric light flickers once before becoming steady again. Power shortages have become increasingly common throughout the region. Coal is carefully rationed, electricity is conserved wherever possible. Even so, the office remains remarkably organized. Large wall maps cover one side of the room. Colored threads connect major junctions across Lower Silesia. Small metal pins indicate damaged bridges, reduced speed sections, and stations already struggling with overcrowded sidings. Several routes have been crossed out entirely. The front moves closer every week. Railway geography changes almost daily. The station master traces one route gently with his finger, not because he doubts the path, because he has followed it so many times that the movement has become habit. He knows nearly every bridge, every tunnel, every water tower, every passing loop. For decades, the railway has been his world. Outside, the locomotive crew begins another careful inspection. The driver kneels beside the leading wheels, carrying nothing more complicated than a lantern and a short steel hammer. He taps each wheel in turn. Clear ring, another clear ring. Satisfied, he rises slowly and makes a brief note inside his pocket notebook. Experienced railwaymen trusted both instruments and instinct. Neither alone was enough. Nearby, the fireman climbs into the cab once more. He checks the water gauge glasses. Steam pressure has settled slightly while the loading continued. Another measured quantity of coal disappears into the glowing firebox. The flames answer immediately. Orange becomes brilliant white near the center of the furnace. The boiler responds with quiet confidence. Steam locomotives possess remarkable patience. Given proper care, they reward their crews with extraordinary endurance. Across the yard, a young clerk struggles beneath the weight of several thick folders tied together with cotton ribbon. The documents contain maintenance reports collected from stations along the route, brake inspections, bridge examinations, signal repairs, track measurements. Most travelers never imagine how much paperwork accompanies a single freight train. Every repaired rail joint, every replaced sleeper, every inspected switch contributes silently to the journey. History often remembers locomotives. It should also remember ledgers. Without records, the railway could not exist. As daylight gradually strengthens beyond the station roof, another train arrives from the south. Unlike the freight convoy preparing for departure, this one carries passengers. Its coaches are worn. The paint has faded beneath years of smoke and harsh weather. Frost covers every window. When the train finally stops, Only a handful of civilians step onto the platform. Most carry small suitcases. One elderly woman carefully lifts a wicker basket covered by a folded blanket. A young boy follows behind, holding tightly to his father's coat. No one seems eager to speak. The station cafe has already opened. Its windows fog quickly from the warmth inside. Railway workers gather briefly around enamel mugs, filled with coffee stretched far beyond its original strength. The drink is hot. That matters more than its flavour. Conversation remains practical. One mechanic discusses worn brake shoes. Another mentions drifting snow near Fürstenstein. Someone quietly wonders whether enough coal will arrive before week's end. The war enters the room only indirectly, not through speeches, through shortages, through timetables, through tired faces. After a few minutes, everyone returns to work. The railway waits for no one. You continue toward the rear of the convoy, where two guards examine each wagon seal for the final time. Neither carries an elaborate weapon. Instead, each holds a clipboard protected beneath waxed canvas. Their greatest responsibility is not defending treasure. It is confirming accountability. If a seal is broken unexpectedly during the journey, someone must know exactly where it happened. Responsibility travels with the train. The guard pauses beside one particular wagon. Its cargo list describes industrial measuring equipment removed from a factory farther east. Nothing glamorous. Yet precision instruments require careful handling. Inside those crates may rest micrometers, gauges, drafting tools, optical devices, or machine calibration equipment impossible to replace quickly under wartime conditions. Entire production lines depend upon such ordinary objects. Nearby, another wagon carries replacement bearings intended for railway workshops. Another contains electrical generators. Another transports archives belonging to a regional engineering office. Piece by piece, the machinery of an industrial nation attempts to preserve itself while retreating westward. The station clock advances another 15 minutes. Departure draws closer. Shunters remove the wooden wheel chocks resting beneath the freight wagons. Air brake hoses receive one final inspection. The conductor walks the length of the train comparing wagon numbers against his ledger without once raising his voice. He knows nearly every inspector by name. Most have worked together for years. Their movements require very few words. Routine has become its own language. Far beyond the station limits, maintenance crews report that the line remains open despite fresh snowfall through the mountain passes. Signals function normally. Water towers remain operational. The route is clear. At last, the station master closes the heavy dispatch folder and hands the completed movement papers to the conductor. Both men exchange a brief nod. Nothing more. Years of experience have replaced ceremony. The locomotive answers with a slow release of steam. Pressure reaches its operating level. The engineer settles into his seat. The fireman wipes soot from one gauge before placing another shovel of coal into the furnace. Outside, the semaphore signal rises steadily. Its arm reaches the clear position. The green lamp glows softly against the pale winter morning. The driver responds with a long whistle that rolls across the freight yard before echoing between distant snow-covered hills. Steel couplings tighten one after another. The great convoy begins moving almost imperceptibly. Wooden wagons creak gently. Snow falls from their roofs in soft white clouds. The rails beneath them shine brightly where countless journeys have polished the steel smooth. You remain standing on the platform as the final brake van passes. Its rear lantern sways quietly above the tracks. Within moments, it becomes only a tiny point of red disappearing into the forests beyond Breslau. Behind that single lantern travels not merely freight, but thousands of pages of records, countless hours of careful labour, and the quiet determination of ordinary railway workers who understand that every successful departure begins long before the locomotive ever turns a wheel. And somewhere ahead, beyond tunnels, mountain passes and forgotten sidings, another station master is already waiting beside his ledger, preparing to write the next chapter of the train's long and uncertain journey. The train is already many kilometers from Breslau before the city fully awakens. Behind you, church bells begin announcing the new morning, their distant echoes carried across the snow-covered plain. Ahead, the railway disappears into a landscape of frozen rivers, pine forests, and low mountain ridges that have witnessed generations of travellers long before the Second World War arrived. Inside the locomotive cab, little has changed since departure. The driver sits quietly with one gloved hand resting upon the regulator, his eyes rarely leaving the rails ahead. Beside him, the fireman continues his steady rhythm, adding measured shovelfuls of coal to the glowing firebox. Every few minutes he checks the boiler pressure, glances at the water gauge, and adjusts the fire with a practiced movement so familiar that it almost appears effortless. It is not effortless. By the end of a long winter journey, a fireman may have lifted several tons of coal with nothing more than a steel shovel and years of experience. The locomotive answers his labour with unwavering determination. Steam rises steadily. The pistons continue their patient work. The wheels turn with the same deliberate rhythm that has carried freight across Europe for generations. You leave the warmth of the cab and make your way toward the brake van at the rear of the convoy. As you pass each wagon, the sounds of the train shift almost imperceptibly. Wooden walls creak gently against their iron frames. Couplings stretch and compress as the line follows broad curves through the countryside. Snow shaken loose from the roofs drifts into the cold morning air before vanishing behind the passing train. Every wagon carries its own weight. Every axle bears its own responsibility. Together, they move as though they are a single living machine. The conductor sits inside the brake van with his ledger spread across a narrow wooden desk. The pages are already crowded with notes written during the night. Departure confirmed. Brake inspection completed. Weather conditions recorded. Minor delays noted. Outside, telegraph poles march beside the railway at perfectly regular intervals, their wires humming softly in the winter wind. Along those same wires, dispatchers continue exchanging reports between stations farther ahead. One message announces that fresh coal has arrived at a locomotive depot near Liegnitz. Another reports drifting snow beginning to collect along an exposed section of track west of Waldenburg. Elsewhere, engineers confirm that a bridge inspection completed before dawn found no structural damage despite the severe cold. Each message travels quietly. Each influences decisions that hundreds of passengers and railway workers will never notice. The train enters a broad valley where smoke rises lazily from scattered villages. Farmers begin clearing snow from their doorsteps. Children carrying wooden buckets disappear toward frozen wells. A bakery chimney releases the comforting scent of fresh bread into the cold air. For a few brief moments, the war seems impossibly distant. Then another freight convoy appears on a parallel siding. Its wagons carry military vehicles covered beneath heavy canvas sheets. The crews exchange only brief waves as both trains continue in opposite directions. Neither knows the other's destination. Neither asks. Railway etiquette has always favoured efficiency over curiosity. By late morning, the convoy reaches a scheduled water stop. The locomotive eases beneath a tall water crane standing beside a small country station. Its tank, supported by a sturdy brick tower, holds thousands of litres drawn from nearby reservoirs. The fireman swings the heavy spout into position. Moments later, a powerful stream crashes into the tender. Steam locomotives require remarkable quantities of water. Without regular stops like this, even the strongest engine would become helpless long before reaching its destination. While the tank fills, mechanics conduct another inspection. One man crawls beneath the locomotive carrying a lantern despite the snow. Another checks lubrication around the connecting rods. The driver wipes moisture from the cab instruments before making several short notes inside his maintenance book. Everything is examined. Nothing is assumed. Nearby, local railway workers clear packed snow away from the points using broad wooden shovels. A younger apprentice pours warm oil onto moving joints before carefully testing the mechanism. The switch responds smoothly. He smiles with quiet satisfaction. Success often announces itself only through the absence of problems. The station master offers the locomotive crew fresh coffee served in thick enamel mugs. It is hot enough to warm frozen hands almost instantly. The conversation remains practical. How are the gradients beyond the pass? Has the snowfall increased? Did yesterday's damaged wagon finally reach the workshop? These are the subjects that occupy railwaymen. Rumours may travel along the rails. Facts keep the trains moving. As the journey resumes, the mountains gradually draw closer. Dark forests climb their slopes. Stone bridges span narrow rivers, frozen almost completely beneath thick ice. Old tunnels appear one after another, each swallowing the convoy for a few quiet moments before releasing it once more into pale winter daylight. Many decades later, these same valleys would attract historians, engineers, journalists, and treasure hunters from around the world. Some arrived carrying maps discovered in forgotten archives. Others relied upon stories passed from one generation to another. Nearly all came searching for traces of the legendary train said to have vanished somewhere among these mountains. Yet standing here in the winter of 1945, no one aboard this convoy believes they are creating a legend. To the driver, this is another shift. To the fireman, another day feeding coal into a hungry boiler. To the conductor, another ledger waiting to be completed. To the station masters ahead, another freight movement to be recorded before the next train arrives. History often transforms ordinary moments only after enough time has passed. The greatest mysteries rarely announce themselves. They grow slowly, a misplaced document, a destroyed archive, a forgotten eyewitness. One missing page becomes several, then an entire chapter quietly disappears. As afternoon light begins fading behind gathering clouds, the convoy rounds another sweeping curve. The rear lantern sways gently above the tracks. The sound of steel wheels rolls through the forest before echoing back from distant hills. You remain standing upon the brake van platform, watching the snow-covered landscape slip silently past. Somewhere beyond the next ridge lies another station, another signalman, another ledger, another crew waiting beside a warm stove for the whistle announcing your arrival. The train continues forward with patient confidence, unaware that generations yet to come will search old maps, abandoned sidings, forgotten tunnels, and weathered station books, hoping to discover where stories like this one finally ended. Perhaps they will uncover another fragment, perhaps another forgotten record, or perhaps the greatest truth has always been waiting in plain sight, not inside hidden treasure, not beneath collapsed tunnels, but in the quiet perseverance of ordinary railway workers who carried the weight of an entire nation upon steel rails during its final winter. As evening slowly settles across Lower Silesia once more, the convoy disappears beyond another curve, leaving behind only the fading whistle of its locomotive, a sound that lingers among the mountains long after the train itself has vanished from view, becoming, in time, part of history itself. The first thing you notice is how quiet the forest has become. Snow hangs heavily upon the branches of towering spruce and pine, muffling every sound except the distant murmur of a steam locomotive somewhere beyond the trees. Even the wind seems reluctant to disturb the winter stillness. Beneath your boots, the snow is deep enough to hide the sleepers of an old railway spur, leaving only two polished ribbons of steel emerging from the white landscape before disappearing once again into the forest. At first glance, the line appears abandoned. There is no station, no platform, no waiting passengers, only a single semaphore signal standing motionless against the grey morning sky. Yet, appearances often deceive. It is February 1945, and across Lower Silesia dozens of secondary railway sidings continue serving mines, quarries, workshops, timber depots, and military construction sites hidden among the mountains. Most never appear on public railway timetables. Some are known only to local railway officials and the industries they serve. Others were built decades earlier for entirely ordinary purposes before wartime demands gave them new importance. History would later surround many of these forgotten tracks with extraordinary stories. Today, they remain remarkably ordinary. You walk slowly beside the rails, brushing fresh snow from the tops of the sleepers with the toe of your boot. The timber beneath is dark with age, polished smooth, where generations of locomotives have passed. Iron fish plates join one rail to the next with satisfying precision, each secured by heavy bolts inspected countless times over the years. Nothing here suggests mystery, only craftsmanship. The line curves gently toward a small signal cabin built from weathered timber. Its chimney releases a thin thread of smoke into the pale morning air. Inside, the signal keeper has already been awake for several hours. A kettle rests upon the stove, filling the room with the comforting scent of hot tea and burning coal. The cabin is modest, a narrow desk, a wall clock whose steady ticking competes gently with the crackling stove, shelves crowded with train registers and maintenance manuals, a framed map showing nearby sidings, junctions, and industrial connections. Many of the markings have been updated in pencil rather than ink. The railway is changing too quickly for printed maps to keep pace. The signal keeper opens the day's register. His handwriting is neat despite fingers stiffened by the cold. 5:40. Track inspection complete. 6:15. Snow cleared from switch points. 6:48. Telegraph line operational. Each entry occupies only a single line. Together, they describe an entire morning of unseen work. Few passengers ever consider how much preparation takes place before a train arrives. Signals must be tested, switches lubricated, ice removed from moving parts, oil lamps cleaned and refilled. Even on lines carrying only occasional traffic, routine never disappears. Outside, 2 track inspectors begin walking the branch line carrying little more than lanterns, steel hammers, measuring gauges, and canvas satchels filled with hand tools. Their responsibility stretches for nearly 5 kilometers through dense woodland before the siding rejoins the main railway. The journey is slow. Every rail joint receives attention. Every switch rod is examined. Where snow has drifted across the track, they clear just enough to expose the steel beneath. One inspector pauses beside a fish plate and taps it gently with his hammer. The clear metallic ring satisfies him immediately. Experience has taught him that damaged steel speaks with a different voice. He writes nothing. The rail remains sound. Farther ahead, the line crosses a narrow timber bridge spanning a frozen mountain stream. Icicles hang beneath the wooden beams, sparkling whenever pale sunlight slips through the clouds. One inspector kneels beside the bridge, checking bolts securing the guardrails that protect trains from leaving the structure should a wheel derail. The inspection takes nearly 20 minutes. The bridge itself measures less than 15. Length does not determine importance. Nearby, a small locomotive waits outside a timber loading yard. Unlike the larger freight engines working the main lines, this compact tank locomotive rarely travels far from the forests surrounding Lower Silesia. Its task is simple: bring empty wagons, collect cut timber, return to the junction, repeat. Yet even these humble industrial railways became increasingly valuable during the war. Timber remained essential for repairing mine shafts, constructing military fortifications, manufacturing railway sleepers, and producing countless crates used to transport equipment across Europe. The driver wipes frost from the locomotive's side window before checking the water level. His fireman breaks apart frozen lumps of coal with the back of a shovel before feeding them carefully into the firebox. Smaller locomotives require no less attention than larger ones. Often they demand more. A forester arrives, leading a horse pulling a wooden sled loaded with freshly cut logs. Steam cranes exist elsewhere. Here, horses still perform much of the work. Men guide each log onto waiting wagons using cant hooks polished smooth from years of use. Every movement is unhurried. Rushing creates accidents. The station clock means little within the forest. The rhythm belongs instead to the weight of timber, the strength of horses, and the patience of experienced hands. By late morning, another telegraph message reaches the signal cabin. A military freight convoy will pass along the nearby main line within the hour. The branch must remain clear. The signal keeper acknowledges the instruction with a series of measured taps upon the key before locking the switch leading from the siding. No train may enter until permission returns. Simple rules preserve complicated systems. You step outside once more. The forest has grown brighter. Sunlight glitters across untouched snow while the rails stretch silently toward the distant mountains. It is easy to understand why these secluded sidings later inspired so much speculation. hidden tracks disappearing beneath dense woodland, industrial lines ending beside quarries, short tunnels serving abandoned mines. To later generations searching for the legendary wartime train, places like this seemed filled with possibility. Yet most served perfectly ordinary purposes: coal, stone, timber, machinery, the daily necessities of a nation at war. Perhaps history becomes mysterious not because ordinary places conceal extraordinary secrets, but because ordinary places survive after the people who understood them have quietly disappeared. A whistle echoes faintly from somewhere beyond the hills. The main line is calling once again. Soon another freight convoy will pass. The signal will change, the points will move, and these forgotten rails, resting peacefully beneath fresh snow, will continue doing exactly what they were built to do, connecting countless unseen journeys that, together, carried the weight of history, one careful mile at a time. The forest changes very little as the day passes. Snow continues to drift lazily between the tall spruce trees, settling upon branches already bowed beneath the weight of winter. The railway spur, which only a few hours earlier seemed almost forgotten, now reveals quiet signs of life. Fresh footprints cross the ballast. A faint ribbon of smoke rises above the signal cabin. Somewhere beyond the trees, the gentle exhaust of a small locomotive echoes through the valley before fading once more into silence. You begin walking farther along the branch line. Unlike the busy main railway connecting the great cities of Lower Silesia, this siding was never intended for speed. The rails curve naturally around rocky hillsides, avoiding steep gradients wherever possible. Here and there, wooden mileposts lean slightly after decades of surviving harsh mountain winters. Moss clings to their bases, while frost decorates every iron bolt with delicate white crystals. The railway feels less like a machine here, more like part of the landscape itself. A pair of maintenance workers appear around the bend, pushing a small hand trolley loaded with tools. Its steel wheels produce a quiet, clicking sound as they pass over each rail joint. The older of the two men removes his cap for a moment, wiping snow from his brow before consulting a folded inspection sheet tucked safely inside his coat. Today's assignment is modest. A drainage ditch beside the line has frozen almost completely, preventing meltwater from flowing beneath the embankment. Left unattended, expanding ice could gradually weaken the earth supporting the track. It is not dramatic work. There will be no mention of it in military reports, yet a single unstable embankment could halt traffic more effectively than any enemy aircraft. The younger worker kneels beside the ditch, breaking away thick sheets of ice using a short-handled pick. His companion clears the loosened pieces with a wooden shovel before testing the flow of water beneath. Slowly, almost reluctantly, the stream begins moving again. The older man smiles quietly. One small problem has disappeared before anyone aboard tomorrow's freight train will ever know it existed. This is how much of railway history unfolds. Invisible, essential. Farther ahead, the branch line widens into a small loading yard surrounded by towering pines. Several empty flat wagons stand waiting beneath a layer of untouched snow. Their steel tie-down rings are coated with frost, while weathered timber decking bears the scars of countless previous loads. Nearby, stacks of freshly cut beams lie arranged with remarkable precision. Each piece has been measured, each sorted by length, each marked with chalk indicating its destination. Timber remained one of wartime Europe's most valuable resources. Railway sleepers required constant replacement. Mine shafts demanded strong support beams. Bridges damaged by bombing often depended upon temporary wooden repairs before permanent reconstruction became possible. Even simple packing crates consumed astonishing quantities of lumber. Nothing harvested from these forests was considered unimportant. A horse-drawn sled arrives carrying another load. The horse's breath rises in white clouds as it stops beside the wagons. Its harness jingles softly while the driver pats its neck before joining the loading crew. There are no shouted orders, no whistles. Each man already understands his place. Long iron hooks guide the beams into position. Wooden blocks separate each layer. Heavy chains secure the finished load. The process has changed little in generations. Only the urgency surrounding it has grown. Near the edge of the yard stands a modest workshop built almost entirely from local timber. Inside, a blacksmith tends a glowing forge. The rhythmic sound of hammer striking steel drifts gently through the open doorway. He is repairing coupling pins removed from several freight wagons earlier that morning. Replacement parts have become increasingly scarce during the war. Rather than waiting weeks for factory deliveries, many railway workshops rely upon skilled craftsmen capable of restoring worn components by hand. The blacksmith examines each finished pin carefully before placing it into a wooden crate lined with clean straw. Nothing is wasted. Everything receives another chance to serve. You continue along the siding until the rails disappear into a shallow rock cutting. Here, the forest grows quieter still. The telegraph wires running beside the track hum softly whenever the mountain wind passes through them. Small birds occasionally settle upon the wires before taking flight once again. For a moment, it becomes almost impossible to believe that Europe remains at war. Nature keeps remarkably little record of human conflict. The pines continue growing, streams continue flowing, snow continues falling. Only the railway reminds you that history is passing through this peaceful valley every day. By early afternoon, the signal keeper receives another coded telegraph message. A freight convoy carrying industrial equipment is approaching the nearby junction from the east. The branch line must remain clear until its passage has been completed. He acknowledges the instruction, then carefully checks the locking mechanism controlling the turnout connecting the siding to the main railway. Safety depends upon certainty. The switch must remain exactly where the timetable requires. Several minutes later, the distant whistle of a heavy steam locomotive echoes through the mountains. You cannot yet see the train, only hear it. 4 measured exhaust beats, a brief pause, then 4 more. The sound grows gradually stronger until, through a narrow opening in the trees, the convoy finally appears. Dozens of freight wagons roll steadily across the valley below, their roofs bright against the surrounding snow. Some carry covered cargo, others transport machinery secured beneath canvas sheets. One flat wagon bears replacement rails stacked neatly in long steel bundles. The locomotive leads them onward without hesitation. Within moments, the entire train has vanished beyond another curve. Silence returns almost immediately. Only a faint trail of smoke hanging above the forest reveals where it passed. The signal keeper smiles to himself. Another movement completed. Another page filled within the station register. Another ordinary afternoon preserved inside careful handwriting. Years later, researchers studying wartime railway records would discover countless entries just like today's. Train passed safely, track inspected, switches operating normally, snow cleared, routine notes written without any expectation that future generations would examine them so closely. Sometimes history survives not through grand declarations, but through ordinary paperwork completed by people who believed they were simply doing another day's work. As shadows begin lengthening beneath the pines, the loading yard slowly grows quieter. The final timber wagon is secured. The blacksmith extinguishes his forge. The maintenance trolley returns toward the signal cabin carrying tools now dusted with fresh snow. The railway settles once again into patient stillness. It waits without complaint, waiting for the next whistle, the next convoy, the next ordinary journey that, years from now, someone may mistake for the beginning of a legend. For now, however, it remains exactly what it has always been, a quiet siding beneath the pines, faithfully serving every train that finds its way to these forgotten rails. Evening arrives almost unnoticed beneath the dense pine forest. Long before the sun disappears behind the mountains, shadows gather between the trees until the narrow railway siding seems suspended in an endless twilight. Snow continues falling in slow, unhurried flakes, settling upon the rails that only hours ago carried timber wagons toward the main line. The forest absorbs nearly every sound. Even the distant whistle of a locomotive reaches you softened by miles of snow-covered hills. The day's work is drawing to a close. Yet for the railway, Another shift is only beginning. You return to the small signal cabin standing beside the turnout where the branch rejoins the main line. Its windows glow warmly against the darkening woods, and a thin ribbon of smoke rises from the chimney before disappearing into the cold evening air. Inside, the signal keeper has already lit 2 kerosene lamps. Their gentle light dances across polished wooden walls lined with railway maps, maintenance notices, and neatly arranged ledgers. A heavy iron stove radiates steady warmth, drying gloves that have spent the day handling frozen levers and icy switch mechanisms. The room is simple. 1 desk, 1 telegraph set, 1 wall clock, 1 man responsible for ensuring that every train passing through his lonely section of railway does so safely. He opens the station register once again. The pages are filled with the same careful handwriting that has recorded years of ordinary railway life. Weather conditions, track inspections, freight movements, signal tests, minor repairs. To an outsider, the entries appear repetitive. To a historian, they are priceless. These quiet observations reveal how the railway truly functioned, not through grand strategy alone, but through thousands of disciplined routines carried out every single day. The telegraph key suddenly comes alive. A short message arrives from the junction several kilometers away. A westbound freight convoy is expected shortly after sunset. The branch line must remain secured until its passage is complete. The signal keeper acknowledges the instruction with calm efficiency. He reaches for the large steel lever controlling the turnout. With one steady pull, the mechanism locks firmly into place. Far outside, beneath a blanket of fresh snow, the rails quietly obey. You step outside once more. The cold feels sharper now. The forest has become almost perfectly still. Only the faint crack of ice settling upon tree branches disturbs the silence. A lantern hangs beside the signal post, its yellow flame glowing softly through frosted glass. Before electric lighting became common across every rural railway, lamps like these guided countless trains through darkness, fog, and heavy snow. Each evening they were cleaned, trimmed, refilled, lit by hand. Each morning they were extinguished and prepared to repeat the same ritual the following night. The work demanded patience more than speed. Far down the valley, a faint whistle drifts through the trees. You hear it long before the locomotive appears. The sound echoes gently from one hillside to another, growing stronger with every passing minute. Then, at last, a single white headlamp emerges from the darkness. The freight train rounds a broad curve, its engine working steadily against the mountain gradients. Steam rises high above the boiler before disappearing into the winter sky. The rails beneath the locomotive shine brilliantly beneath the lantern light. One by one, the wagons pass the lonely siding. Covered vans, flat wagons, coal hoppers, boxcars carrying cargo known only to those who prepared the manifests hours earlier. The train never stops. Its journey lies elsewhere, yet the signal keeper watches every axle pass, every coupling, every rear lamp. Only after the final wagon disappears into the forest does he return the turnout to its normal position. Another safe passage, another line entered into the ledger. Nearby, a maintenance crew makes one final inspection before ending their shift. 2 men walk slowly beside the rails, carrying hurricane lamps that sway gently with each step. They pause at the points, brush away fresh snow, apply another small quantity of oil to the exposed joints, test the movement once, then again. Satisfied, they gather their tools. Tomorrow's crew will begin where today's leaves off. That is the railway's way. Nothing truly begins. Nothing truly ends. Only the people change. As full darkness settles across Lower Silesia, the forest seems to grow even quieter. The loading yard now stands empty. The timber wagons departed hours ago. The blacksmith's forge has gone cold. Even the horses have returned to their stables. Only the signal cabin remains awake. Inside, the keeper pours himself another cup of tea before unfolding a worn railway map across the desk. Many of the branch lines marked upon it no longer carry regular traffic. Some industries have closed. Others have been evacuated. Several routes have already been abandoned as the front moves steadily westward. He studies the map silently, not with sadness, more with quiet acceptance. Railways, like the people who build them, are always changing. Some lines flourish, others slowly disappear beneath grass and trees. Years from now, hikers will wander through these forests and discover short stretches of forgotten track hidden beneath moss. Children will find rusted spikes beside old embankments. Historians will compare faded maps with aerial photographs, searching for traces of sidings that once connected workshops, timber yards, mines, and military depots. Some visitors will wonder whether secret trains ever travelled these forgotten rails. The answer is both simpler and more remarkable than legend. Yes, countless wartime trains passed through forests like these. They carried timber, coal, machinery, medical supplies, engineering equipment, refugees, mail, hope, responsibility. The extraordinary thing was not hidden treasure. It was the ordinary determination of thousands of railway workers who kept every signal, switch, bridge, and siding functioning despite shortages, exhaustion, and uncertainty. The last duty of the evening belongs to the signal keeper. He steps outside carrying his lantern. One by one, he checks the signal lamps standing beside the track. Each burns steadily. Each is visible through the falling snow. Each will guide another crew safely through the mountains before dawn. Only when the inspection is complete does he return to the warmth of the cabin. The door closes softly behind him. Outside, the lantern beside the railway continues glowing alone beneath the towering pines. Its small circle of light reaches only a few meters into the darkness. Yet for the locomotive crew approaching through the winter night, that quiet lantern means certainty. It means the rails ahead have been inspected, the switches are correctly aligned, the journey may continue, and perhaps that single lantern shining patiently in a forgotten forest while snow falls upon silent tracks is the perfect symbol of the railway itself, never seeking attention, never asking to be remembered, simply standing its watch, night after night, until history quietly moved on. Long after the final train had passed, the forest remained. Long after the war had ended, the rails still waited beneath the pines. And long after the names of the men who tended them had faded from memory, the silent railway continued whispering its story to anyone willing to walk slowly enough to listen. The cold arrives long before the morning does. Hours before sunrise, the freight yard lies beneath a blanket of fresh snow, its rows of motionless wagons softened by white drifts that hide the harsh lines of steel and timber. High above, the station lamps cast gentle circles of amber light onto the rails, while clouds of steam drift lazily from a waiting locomotive, disappearing into the darkness like slow-moving ghosts. You stand at the edge of the platform, your boots crunching softly against frozen cinders. Around you, the station is already awake, not with hurried voices or frantic activity, but with the calm confidence of people who have repeated the same work through countless winters. The conductor reviews his paperwork beneath the light of a hurricane lantern. The locomotive driver walks the length of his engine, inspecting connecting rods glazed with frost. A mechanic kneels beside the leading axle, applying fresh grease before wiping his hands on a cloth blackened by years of coal dust. Everything moves with purpose. Nothing moves quickly. It is February 1945. Across Lower Silesia, the railway has become one of Germany's last dependable arteries. Roads are crowded with refugees. Fuel shortages limit motor transport. Bridges have been damaged, repaired, and damaged again. Yet the railways continue carrying nearly everything that still must move. Food, medical equipment, industrial machinery, government records, replacement locomotive parts, entire workshops dismantled and loaded onto freight wagons. Every departure matters. Near the head of the train, a small group of railway security personnel gathers beside the station office. Contrary to later popular imagination, these men are not standing guard over glittering mountains of gold. Their responsibility is much quieter. They protect accountability. Their task is to ensure that sealed wagons arrive exactly as they departed, their cargo untouched, their documentation complete, and every transfer properly recorded. One guard opens a leather satchel containing route instructions. The papers inside have been folded so many times that their edges have become soft and rounded. Departure time, scheduled inspection points, authorized personnel, emergency procedures. Nothing dramatic, only routine. Yet routine is often what allows extraordinary systems to function. You accompany the senior guard as he begins his inspection. The first wagon contains industrial measuring equipment. Its lead seal hangs undisturbed. He compares the stamped number against his ledger. A neat checkmark follows. The second wagon carries electrical switchgear destined for a railway workshop farther west. Another seal, another number, another careful entry. The process continues methodically down the length of the convoy. Some wagons hold machine tools removed from factories threatened by the advancing front. Others contain spare rails, engineering supplies, communications equipment, and crates of precision bearings packed carefully in straw. There is nothing glamorous about the cargo, yet every item represents hundreds of hours of skilled labor. Replacing such equipment during the final months of the war would have been nearly impossible. That alone explains the careful attention each wagon receives. Nearby, the locomotive breathes steadily. Steam escapes from the cylinder cocks in gentle bursts, warming the frozen rails beneath the driving wheels. The fireman opens the furnace door, and for an instant, brilliant orange light spills across the snow-covered platform before the heavy steel door closes once again. His face glows with the heat of the fire, then fades back into shadow. A young apprentice arrives carrying a kettle filled with hot water. Not for tea, for the brake hoses. Extreme cold has stiffened the rubber couplings connecting the train's air brake system. Warm water poured carefully over the fittings restores enough flexibility for the final connection checks. It is one of dozens of small winter routines rarely mentioned in official reports. Yet without them, departures would become increasingly difficult as temperatures fell. Farther down the platform, two wagon inspectors examine roof hatches covered by fresh snow. One uses a wooden scraper rather than a metal tool to avoid damaging the timber. The other checks drainage channels running along the wagon sides. Melting snow trapped in the wrong place can freeze again before nightfall, creating unexpected problems during the journey. Every season teaches its own lessons. Winter demands patience. Inside the dispatch office, telegraph instruments click steadily beneath green-shaded lamps. The operator removes another message from the receiver and copies it into the station movement register. A bridge inspection completed successfully. Heavy snowfall reported near a mountain cutting. Proceed with reduced speed between kilometre markers 62 and 66. The information is handed immediately to the station master. He marks the route with a blue pencil before walking directly to the locomotive crew. Nothing is left to assumption. The railway trusts communication. Outside, dawn remains only a promise hidden beyond the eastern horizon. The station clock advances toward 5. Snowflakes continue drifting lazily through the beams of the signal lamps. A porter pushes a small cart loaded with canvas mailbags toward the rear brake van. Among the letters are maintenance reports, workshop invoices, engineering drawings, payroll records, and ordinary correspondence between stations scattered across the region. Even during wartime, life continues through paperwork as much as through steel. A railway cannot function on locomotives alone. It depends equally upon ink. The senior guard pauses for a moment beside the final wagon. He closes his ledger carefully and slips it back into the leather satchel. The inspection is complete. Every seal accounted for. Every wagon verified. The conductor signs the final page. The station master adds his own signature beneath it. 3 copies are distributed. 1 travels with the train. 1 remains at the station. 1 will eventually reach regional headquarters. Years later, historians would rely upon surviving records like these to reconstruct freight movements across the collapsing German railway network. Many documents disappeared during the final months of the war. Those that survived reveal something remarkable, not secret treasure, not hidden conspiracies, but ordinary people maintaining astonishing levels of organization while the world around them changed almost daily. The eastern sky begins to brighten, only slightly, enough for the snow to reflect a pale blue glow across the yard. The semaphore signal still stands at danger. Its red arm waits patiently against the morning sky. Soon it will rise. The locomotive crew finishes their final checks. Steam pressure reaches operating level. The fire burns evenly across the grate. Water gauges show exactly what they should. Around you, conversations grow quieter. There is nothing left to prepare. Only the journey remains. Somewhere beyond these snow-covered hills, another station master is already warming his hands beside a stove, waiting for the distant whistle that will announce the arrival of this convoy. The railway stretches between them like a thread of polished steel, connecting hundreds of ordinary people who will likely never meet, yet who depend upon one another with complete trust. And as the signalman reaches for the heavy steel lever inside the cabin, you find yourself wondering whether the true strength of the railway was ever found in its locomotives at all, or in the quiet discipline of the people who arrived before dawn, performed their duties without recognition, and sent another train safely into history. The semaphore rises so gradually that, for a moment, it seems almost reluctant to move. Inside the signal cabin, the heavy steel lever settles into its new position with a solid mechanical click. Outside, the red arm slowly gives way to the clear indication that every railwayman has been waiting for. The green lamp glows softly against the pale blue light of approaching dawn. The driver acknowledges the signal with a long, low whistle. Its echo rolls gently across the frozen valley before fading into forests still wrapped in darkness. The locomotive begins to pull, not with sudden force, but with patient determination. First comes the slight tightening of the coupling nearest the tender, then the next, and the next after that. One by one, each wagon feels the movement until the entire convoy begins rolling westward across the snow-covered landscape. You stand on the narrow platform of the brake van, your gloved hand resting against the cold iron railing. The station slips quietly behind. Within minutes, only the tallest water tower remains visible above the drifting snow. Then it too disappears. Ahead lies another long day on the railway. The rails climb gradually through rolling countryside where fields sleep beneath thick blankets of snow. Farmhouses appear from time to time, their chimneys sending thin columns of smoke into the still morning air. A lone church steeple rises above one distant village before vanishing behind a line of dark pine trees. Life continues, even in wartime. The conductor steps inside the brake van and opens his movement register. The first entry of the journey is made immediately after departure. Time, weather, locomotive number, direction of travel. Everything is written with neat, deliberate handwriting despite the steady vibration beneath the wooden floor. Railway paperwork follows the train almost like a second shadow. Each station contributes another page. Each inspection adds another signature. Each delay becomes another carefully recorded line that future railway officials and, many years later, historians might study in an attempt to understand how the network functioned during its final and most difficult months. Outside, snow begins falling once again. Not heavily, just enough to soften the distant hills until they blend almost seamlessly into the grey winter sky. The locomotive works steadily against a gentle gradient. Inside the cab, the fireman wipes soot from his forehead before opening the furnace door once more. A brilliant orange glow briefly illuminates the surrounding snow. He adds another measured layer of coal. Not too much, not too little. Steam locomotives reward balance. Every experienced fireman develops an instinct for the engine beneath his care. Some later described it as listening. Others called it feeling. The locomotive speaks through pressure gauges, exhaust beats, vibration, and the colour of the fire itself. The best crews rarely force their engines. They cooperate with them. Several kilometres ahead, a small maintenance gang has already been working since before dawn. Their assignment concerns a section of track running along the side of a wooded hillside where melting snow has begun freezing across the ballast. One worker carries a broad shovel, another drags a heavy sack of coarse sand. The foreman kneels beside the rail, examining drainage channels cut beneath the sleepers decades earlier. Water has nowhere to escape. That must be corrected. Using little more than picks, shovels, and patience, the crew clears the frozen ditch until the first trickle of water begins moving once again. Only then does the foreman signal that the line may remain open. No passengers aboard the passing freight train notice the repair, nor should they. Success, on the railway, often looks exactly like nothing happening at all. As the convoy approaches the maintenance site, the workers step safely aside. Several raise a hand toward the locomotive crew. The driver answers with a brief whistle. It is less a greeting than an acknowledgement. Each understands the other's work. Each depends upon it. By mid-morning, the train reaches a modest junction surrounded by snow-covered warehouses. Unlike the larger stations closer to Breslau, this one consists of only 2 platforms, a freight siding, a water crane, and a brick signal box standing quietly beside the points. Yet its importance far exceeds its size. Here, trains travelling toward the mountain district separate from those continuing west. The station master waits on the platform holding a leather folder beneath one arm. He boards the brake van briefly. Fresh route instructions, a revised timetable, reports of increased military traffic farther along the line. Nothing unusual. Simply another reminder that the railway is constantly adapting to changing circumstances. The conductor signs the receipt. The station master steps back onto the platform. Within 5 minutes, the convoy moves once more. Nearby, 2 women employed by the railway kitchen carry large enamel containers filled with hot soup toward a group of maintenance workers ending their shift. The meal is simple: potatoes, turnips, barley, whatever ingredients remain available. Steam rises gently from each bowl, while tired men warm frozen hands before beginning the long walk home. The railway survives not only through locomotives, it survives through kitchens, workshops, laundry rooms, signal cabins, small acts of care repeated every single day. The mountains grow closer as the afternoon slowly unfolds. Dense forests replace open farmland. The line curves more frequently now, following valleys carved by rivers that have flowed through Lower Silesia for thousands of years. Stone retaining walls appear beside the track where engineers long ago carved pathways through steep hillsides. Some sections were built before the First World War, others trace their origins to the 19th century. Generation after generation of railway workers has maintained them. The convoy enters a short tunnel. Darkness surrounds the train. Smoke curls along the brick ceiling before trailing behind the final wagon. Water drips steadily from tiny cracks in the stonework. For several moments, only the rhythmic exhaust of the locomotive exists. Then daylight returns. The forest seems even quieter than before. You glance once more toward the sealed wagons stretching behind the brake van. Each remains exactly as it left the station. The guards continue their inspections without unnecessary conversation. Lead seals remain unbroken, brake hoses secure, axle boxes cool despite the long climb. There is comfort in routine, especially when so much beyond the railway has become uncertain. By late afternoon, the winter light begins fading once again. The day's journey has covered many kilometers, yet there are still stations ahead, more crews waiting, more ledgers ready to receive another careful entry. The railway never truly belongs to any one person. It passes continuously from one pair of hands to the next. Driver to driver, signalman to signalman, conductor to conductor, generation to generation. As evening settles gently across the mountains, the locomotive whistles once more. Its sound drifts through the snow-covered pines before disappearing into the gathering dusk. The convoy continues westward with the same patient confidence it carried at dawn. And somewhere beyond the next curve, another lantern is already burning beside another quiet station, waiting faithfully for the train that always seems to arrive out of the winter darkness, carrying not only freight, but the careful work of countless ordinary people whose greatest achievement was ensuring that the journey simply continued. By the time the last hours of daylight surrender to evening, the convoy has travelled across valleys, through forests, and over countless stretches of frozen railway that seem to have no beginning and no end. The winter sky settles into deep shades of blue and grey. Above the mountains, the first stars begin appearing between slow-moving clouds, while below, the railway continues its patient journey through the quiet landscape of Lower Silesia. Snow reflects what little light remains, making the rails shimmer faintly as they disappear toward another distant station hidden beyond the hills. You have now spent an entire day with the convoy. Its sounds have become familiar companions. The measured exhaust of the locomotive, the gentle clatter of steel wheels crossing rail joints, the occasional creak of timber as heavily loaded wagons negotiate another broad curve. Nothing seems hurried. Everything follows its own steady rhythm. Inside the brake van, the conductor carefully closes one ledger and opens another. The day's inspection records have nearly filled every page. Departure times, intermediate stops, track conditions, weather observations, signatures collected at each station along the route. These books are not written for glory. They exist so that every movement can be understood, verified, and trusted. Many decades later, surviving railway ledgers from the winter of 1945 would become invaluable to historians attempting to reconstruct the final months of Germany's railway system. Their pages reveal remarkably little drama. Instead, they reveal discipline, a delayed departure because of drifting snow, a repaired brake cylinder, an additional water stop requested after climbing a mountain grade. Small details. Yet together, they describe how an enormous railway continued functioning while Europe changed around it. The convoy slows as another junction approaches. Lanterns glow warmly beneath the platform canopy, illuminating a handful of railway workers waiting beside the track. This station is smaller than the one you departed that morning. Only 2 sidings, a modest goods shed, a water crane standing silently beside the main line. Still, every station matters. Each forms another link in the long chain connecting hundreds of kilometers of railway. The locomotive comes gently to rest. No passengers board, no crowds gather. Instead, another routine begins. The relieving crew walks directly toward the engine carrying their own inspection notebooks. The outgoing driver steps carefully onto the platform, removing one heavy glove before shaking hands with his replacement. Few words are exchanged. There is no need. The locomotive itself tells much of the story. Steam pressure remains healthy. Coal reserves are sufficient. Lubrication points have performed well. The replacement driver listens quietly while the previous crew mentions one particularly icy cutting several kilometers ahead. A simple warning. Shared experience passed from one shift to the next. Nearby, the guards responsible for the sealed wagons complete another inspection. Lantern light glints softly against the lead seals hanging from each locking bar. Every number matches the entries inside the ledger. Nothing has changed. That, more than anything else, marks a successful journey. The station master arrives carrying a fresh packet of dispatch papers secured with cotton ribbon. He places them inside the conductor's leather satchel before adding several handwritten notes describing conditions farther west. Heavy snow expected overnight. Proceed with caution through the mountain district. Water available at the next scheduled stop. Routine information. Essential information. Beyond the station buildings, maintenance workers continue clearing snow from the points despite the gathering darkness. One man sweeps loose powder away with a wide wooden broom. Another checks the locking bars hidden beneath the snow. A third pours warm oil across exposed joints before operating the switch several times by hand. The movement remains smooth. Another problem prevented before it could delay tomorrow's traffic. The railway has always depended upon such invisible victories. Inside the small station canteen, the outgoing locomotive crew finally enjoys its first proper rest of the day. Coats hang beside the door, dripping melted snow onto the wooden floor. Enamel mugs filled with hot coffee, warm, tired hands. A pot of thick barley soup simmers quietly upon the stove. Conversation drifts naturally toward practical matters. Coal quality, track conditions, the performance of one particularly stubborn injector. No one speaks dramatically about history. They simply discuss another working day. That, perhaps, is one of the greatest truths hidden within wartime railways. The people living through history rarely recognize themselves as historical figures. They were drivers, mechanics, signalmen, dispatch clerks, track inspectors, guards, each focused only upon completing the next task correctly. Outside once more, the whistle sounds. The fresh crew climbs aboard. Steam pressure rises slightly. The conductor checks his watch against the station clock. Both agree. Departure may proceed. The green semaphore arm lifts slowly into the winter night. The locomotive answers immediately. With a deep, steady pull, it begins drawing the convoy away from the platform. One wagon follows another. Steel couplings stretch gently before settling once more. Snow falls from the wagon roofs in soft, white clouds. Within moments, only the rear lantern remains visible against the darkness. You stand upon the platform beside the outgoing stationmaster, watching until the final red light disappears around a distant curve. Neither of you speaks. The silence feels appropriate. Somewhere beyond those mountains, another station already waits. Another signalman stands beside another set of levers. Another maintenance crew clears fresh snow from another section of track. The railway never sleeps. It simply passes its responsibilities onward, one shift after another. Years later, visitors would search these same valleys looking for traces of forgotten convoys, abandoned sidings, hidden tunnels, and mysterious wartime freight trains. Some hoped to discover gold, others sought secret archives. Many searched for legends, yet perhaps the greatest discovery was always waiting in plain sight. Not beneath the mountains, not inside sealed wagons, but within the ordinary dedication of the railway workers whose names appeared only briefly inside station ledgers before quietly fading into history. The driver who checked one final pressure gauge before dawn, the mechanic who tightened a single loose bolt, the signalman who pulled one heavy lever at exactly the right moment, the guard who compared one last seal against the number written in his book. Each believed they were performing ordinary work. Together, they preserved one of the largest railway systems in Europe through its most difficult winter. The station master closes the movement register. He carefully returns it to the shelf where hundreds of earlier volumes already stand in neat rows. Outside, fresh snow slowly covers the footprints left by the departing crew. By morning, those prints will have disappeared completely. The rails, however, will remain, waiting for another locomotive, another convoy, another quiet shift beginning before dawn. And as the last lantern on the platform flickers gently beneath the falling snow, you realize that history is not remembered only through famous battles or celebrated victories. Sometimes it is remembered through the quiet watch kept by ordinary people who never expected anyone to notice that they had been there at all. Before you ever see the mountains, you notice how the railway begins to change. The broad open plains of Lower Silesia slowly give way to rising hills covered with dense spruce forests. The curves become tighter, the gradients grow steeper. Stone retaining walls appear beside the line, their weathered blocks darkened by decades of snow, rain, and smoke from passing locomotives. Every kilometre demands a little more from the engine and a little more attention from the crew. You are travelling toward the Owl Mountains, known in Polish as the Góry Sowy. In the winter of 1945, these mountains held a significance far greater than their quiet appearance suggested. The forests looked peaceful. The villages remained small. Yet hidden among the valleys were some of the largest construction projects undertaken by Nazi Germany during the final years of the war, projects collectively known today as Ries, the German word for giant. Even now, historians continue studying exactly what many of those underground complexes were intended to become. The train slows as it approaches a small mountain station. Unlike the busy junctions farther east, this station consists of only a single platform, a passing loop, a modest goods shed, and a signal box perched above the tracks. A layer of fresh snow softens every roof. Icicles hang beneath the station canopy. The station master steps onto the platform carrying a leather dispatch folder tucked beneath one arm. He looks first toward the locomotive, then toward the freight wagons. Only after confirming that everything appears in order does he greet the conductor with a quiet nod. No unnecessary conversation follows. Mountain railways reward efficiency. The locomotive takes water beneath a tall iron crane. The fireman swings the pipe into position while white steam drifts upward around him. Warm water striking the tender sends clouds of vapor rolling across the platform, briefly hiding the wheels before the breeze carries everything away. Nearby, a mechanic checks the brake rigging. Mountain routes place tremendous demands upon braking systems. Descending steep gradients safely depends as much upon careful preparation as upon skilled driving. He examines every linkage. every pin, every hose. Only when satisfied does he mark another line inside his notebook. You continue walking along the train. Many of the wagons carry familiar cargo, machine tools, electrical equipment, bundles of steel rails, crates of precision bearings wrapped carefully in straw. Others remain sealed beneath official markings that reveal little beyond wagon numbers and destination codes. The secrecy itself is not unusual. Throughout the war, many industrial shipments travelled with only limited documentation available to ordinary railway employees. Not because every wagon contained remarkable secrets, but because wartime administration increasingly divided information between different departments. A loader often knew only what he needed to load. A conductor knew only what he needed to transport. A stationmaster knew only what he needed to dispatch. The railway functioned because every person completed one small part of a much larger task. The signal clears. The convoy begins climbing once more. Soon, the forests grow thicker. Pines crowd the edges of the railway embankment until their branches almost touch the passing wagons. Snow rests heavily upon every limb, muffling the sounds of the locomotive until only the steady exhaust reaches beyond the trees. 4 beats. A pause. 4 more. The rhythm becomes almost hypnotic. You understand why so many railwaymen later remembered these mountain journeys so vividly. The work demanded complete concentration. Yet the landscape itself inspired quiet reflection. A tunnel entrance appears ahead. Its stone arch bears the date of its original construction, carved decades before the Second World War. Dark streaks of soot stain the masonry above the opening, where generations of steam locomotives have passed beneath. The driver sounds a single whistle. Then the train enters darkness. Inside the tunnel, every familiar sound changes. The exhaust becomes deeper. The wheels seem louder. Water drips steadily from the ceiling, striking the ballast below with tiny echoes that continue long after the train has passed. Smoke curls backward along the roof before escaping into the cold air behind the final wagon. For several minutes, daylight disappears completely. Then the locomotive emerges once again beneath a pale winter sky. The valley beyond feels strangely isolated. High ridges surround it on every side. A narrow stream winds through snow-covered meadows. Far above, hidden among the trees, construction roads climb toward areas where engineers, forced labourers, miners and railway crews have spent years expanding underground facilities. Today we know these scattered projects collectively as the Ries Complex. Construction began in 1943 under the supervision of the Nazi regime. Thousands of forced labourers, many of them prisoners from the nearby Gross-Rosen concentration camp and its satellite camps, were compelled to excavate vast tunnels and chambers under brutal conditions. Many did not survive the work. Exactly how every completed chamber was intended to be used remains uncertain. Historians generally agree that the complexes were planned for military and governmental purposes, but many original documents were destroyed before the war ended, leaving important questions unanswered. That uncertainty would later encourage countless legends. Some imagined hidden factories, others believed priceless collections had been concealed beneath the mountains. Still others searched for entire trains said to have vanished into secret tunnels. Yet the documented history is already remarkable enough. You notice a small industrial siding branching away from the main line. Its rails disappear behind a stand of spruce before curving toward a fenced construction area. Several empty wagons wait there. Their wooden sides are scarred by years of carrying cement, timber, reinforcing steel, and heavy machinery. Nothing about them appears mysterious, only heavily used. During the years of construction, railways like these delivered immense quantities of building materials into the mountains. Every tunnel required concrete, every shaft required steel supports. Every work camp depended upon regular deliveries of food, fuel, medical supplies, and equipment. The hidden world beneath the mountains could not exist without the visible railway above them. As afternoon light filters through the forest, the convoy continues westward at an unhurried pace. The conductor closes his ledger after recording another successful inspection. The guards verify each seal. The locomotive breathes steadily. Snow continues falling. Nothing dramatic occurs. And perhaps that is the greatest surprise. Places later surrounded by mystery often lived through long periods of remarkable routine. Ordinary trains, ordinary maintenance, ordinary railway workers reporting for another shift beneath extraordinary circumstances. The mountains keep their silence, the railway keeps moving, and somewhere ahead, beyond another tunnel and another curve hidden among the pines, lies a landscape that future generations will spend decades trying to understand. One careful document, one forgotten photograph, and one quiet journey at a time. Morning never seems to arrive completely in the Owl Mountains. Even after the sun has climbed above the eastern ridges, its light struggles to reach the valley floor. Dense forests absorb much of the brightness, while steep hillsides leave long shadows stretching across the railway. The result is a landscape that remains wrapped in a soft grey twilight for much of the winter day. Your train continues its slow journey through this quiet country. The locomotive works steadily, its exhaust rolling through the valleys in measured rhythm. Steam rises into the cold air before dissolving among the dark pines. Every sound lingers here. The whistle echoes once. The mountains answer. Then silence returns. The line ahead curves around a rocky hillside where generations of railway engineers carved a narrow path from solid stone. Moss, now hidden beneath frost, clings to the retaining walls. Water seeps slowly through tiny cracks, freezing into long ribbons of ice that sparkle whenever sunlight briefly reaches them. Building railways through country like this demanded extraordinary patience. Many sections of the Lower Silesian mountain lines were completed during the 19th century, long before the Second World War transformed the region into a center of military industry. Thousands of laborers blasted tunnels, erected stone bridges, and shaped embankments entirely with the engineering methods of their own time. By 1945, those same railways had become indispensable. Without them, almost nothing could reach the mountains. The convoy approaches another modest station hidden among the trees. Its platform is short, its waiting room barely large enough for a handful of passengers. A single freight siding branches away toward a cluster of warehouses built from dark timber and brick. Smoke curls gently from every chimney. The station appears peaceful. Only the number of freight wagons waiting beside the goods shed hints at the amount of work passing quietly through the valley. The driver eases the locomotive to a halt beneath the station water crane. Steam settles around the engine in thick white clouds while the fireman swings the heavy pipe over the tender. Water crashes into the tank with a hollow roar. Nearby, another crew begins cleaning the locomotive's running gear. Mountain railways leave little room for neglect. Fine grit thrown upward from the ballast mixes with melting snow to form a stubborn paste around bearings, springs, and brake components. Every stop becomes an opportunity to inspect, clean, and lubricate machinery before it continues deeper into the hills. One mechanic crawls beneath the engine carrying nothing but a lantern and a grease gun. Another checks the brake shoes with a measuring gauge worn smooth by years of use. A third wipes moisture from the sanding equipment. On steep grades, sand can mean the difference between confident traction and slipping wheels. Nothing is overlooked. Beyond the station yard, narrow-gauge industrial tracks weave between workshops storing cement, reinforcing steel, timber, and electrical cable. Small tank locomotives move slowly through the complex, delivering materials one wagon at a time. Their work receives little attention, yet these humble industrial engines keep the larger railway supplied. Large freight trains bring cargo into the valley. Smaller locomotives distribute it to construction sites scattered among the mountains. The entire system functions like the branches of a great tree. Every line supports another. You continue walking toward the rear of the convoy. Snow crunches beneath your boots. The guards have already begun another inspection of the wagon seals. One man carefully compares each lead seal against the handwritten numbers recorded inside his ledger. Another checks brake hoses for ice forming around the couplings. Neither appears hurried. Railway work rewards patience. The conductor pauses beside one wagon loaded with electrical generators. These machines, packed securely inside timber crates lined with straw, will eventually provide power wherever engineers require reliable electricity. Nearby stands another wagon carrying machine tools, lathes, drill presses, precision measuring equipment. objects designed not for destruction, but for production. History often speaks of armies. Less frequently does it remember the machinery needed simply to keep factories operating. As the train prepares to depart, the station master climbs into the brake van carrying a folded dispatch wrapped carefully in waxed paper. Reports have arrived from stations farther west. Fresh snow has reduced visibility through several mountain passes. A maintenance gang continues clearing one tunnel entrance after overnight drifting blocked part of the line. Traffic remains open. Speeds must be reduced. The conductor signs the receipt. The station master steps down. The whistle sounds. Once more, the convoy enters the forest. The farther you travel into the Owl Mountains, the more frequently small construction roads appear beside the railway. Some climb steep slopes before disappearing among the trees. Others lead toward fenced compounds where workers move quietly between workshops, storage sheds, and unfinished buildings. During the war years, enormous quantities of concrete, timber, steel, ventilation equipment, rails, pipes, compressors, and electrical systems traveled these routes. The railway carried almost everything. Thousands of forced laborers worked throughout the Ries construction zones under brutal conditions. Historical records show that they excavated chambers extending deep beneath the mountains using pneumatic drills, explosives, rail-mounted carts, and endless manual labor. Many of those tunnels remained unfinished when the war ended. Others were sealed, some flooded naturally over time. Even today, researchers continue surveying sections whose original purpose remains uncertain. The train enters another tunnel. This one is noticeably longer. Darkness surrounds every wagon. Only the glow escaping from the locomotive's firebox briefly illuminates the damp brick walls before fading once again. Water drips steadily from the ceiling. The echoes seem almost endless. When daylight finally returns, the valley beyond appears even more remote than those before it. Snow-covered ridges surround the railway on every side. No villages, no church towers, only forest. It becomes easy to understand why so many legends later found their home here. Yet legends often grow because ordinary records become incomplete. Many official documents relating to the Ries project disappeared during the chaotic final months of the war. Some were destroyed intentionally. Others were simply abandoned as officers evacuated ahead of the advancing front. The absence of paperwork created room for imagination. The railway itself tells a quieter story. Steel rails, freight wagons, maintenance gangs, signal cabins, workshops. The ordinary infrastructure required to support one of the largest engineering projects undertaken during the conflict. As afternoon light begins fading once more, the convoy crosses a graceful stone viaduct high above a frozen stream. The driver reduces speed slightly, not because the bridge is unsafe, because careful railwaymen respect every bridge regardless of age. The conductor glances through the rear window of the brake van. The long line of wagons follows faithfully behind, curving across the viaduct before disappearing into another stand of snow-covered pines. For a brief moment, the entire train seems suspended between mountain and sky. Then it continues onward, quietly disappearing beneath the forest canopy once again. Perhaps the mountains remember every locomotive that ever crossed their valleys. Perhaps only the echoes remain. Either way, somewhere beneath these ancient ridges, history still sleeps patiently, waiting not for treasure hunters, but for careful listeners willing to hear the quieter story carried by the railway itself. The final hours of daylight fade slowly across the Owl Mountains. Winter evenings arrive early here. The sun slips behind the western ridges while the valley below is still wrapped in pale afternoon light, leaving the forests to sink into shadow long before night truly begins. Snow resting upon the spruce branches reflects what little light remains, giving the entire landscape a quiet silver glow. The freight convoy continues westward. Its pace has never been hurried. Mountain railways seldom reward speed. The locomotive seems to understand this instinctively. Every exhaust beat remains measured, every climb approached with patience rather than force. Steam rises from the chimney in long white ribbons before disappearing into the cold air high above the trees. Inside the cab, the driver glances once more at the pressure gauge. Everything remains exactly where it should be. Beside him, the fireman opens the furnace door. A burst of orange light briefly fills the cab before fading again as another careful layer of coal disappears onto the glowing bed of embers. Their conversation is minimal. It has been for hours. Not because they lack companionship, but because the railway itself demands their attention. The sound of the engine, the feel of the regulator, the changing rhythm of the wheels as the gradient shifts beneath them. Years later, many locomotive crews would describe this quiet concentration as one of the most peaceful parts of railway life. The machine required enough attention to leave little room for unnecessary worry. Far behind the locomotive, the conductor continues updating the movement register inside the brake van. His pencil moves steadily despite the gentle vibration beneath the desk. Station departed, inspection completed, snowfall moderate, route clear, every line is short, every observation precise. The ledger contains no speculation, only facts. Perhaps that is why these surviving railway records remain so valuable today. They tell us not what people imagined, they tell us what they actually witnessed. Outside, the railway begins descending through a broad mountain valley. Tall retaining walls support the embankment where engineers carved the route through solid rock generations earlier. The masonry remains remarkably intact despite decades of harsh winters. Here and there, small drainage channels carry meltwater safely beneath the track. Even such ordinary engineering deserves quiet admiration. Without proper drainage, frost would gradually lift the rails, loosen the sleepers, and weaken the line. Many of history's greatest achievements depend upon details almost nobody notices. The train rounds another sweeping curve. Ahead, a modest signal cabin stands beside the line. Its windows glow warmly against the gathering darkness. A single signalman waits inside. He has spent most of the day alone, checking telegraph messages, recording train movements, operating points, cleaning signal lamps. His world is measured not in kilometers, but in passing trains. Each whistle marks another chapter of the day. The convoy slows briefly, not because of danger, because another freight movement is approaching from the opposite direction. Mountain railways often rely upon carefully timed passing loops, where trains exchange places before continuing their separate journeys. The signalman steps outside carrying a green lantern. Snowflakes swirl through its warm light. The approaching eastbound freight appears moments later. Two locomotives meet quietly beside the small station. Their crews exchange brief waves. Nothing more. There is no time for lengthy conversation. One train waits. The other proceeds. Then the roles reverse. Within 15 minutes, silence returns to the valley. Watching such movements, you begin to appreciate the extraordinary discipline that sustained Europe's railways long before computers directed traffic. Every decision depended upon communication. Every station trusted the accuracy of the last. One mistake could ripple across hundreds of kilometers of railway. Precision became a shared responsibility. As darkness deepens, another tunnel appears. Unlike the larger structures closer to the construction sites, this tunnel was built decades before the war as part of the original mountain railway. Its stone entrance is blackened by years of locomotive smoke. Icicles hang from the archway like glass curtains. The whistle sounds once. The convoy disappears inside. The darkness feels complete. Only the glow escaping from the firebox reflects briefly against damp stone walls before vanishing once again. The echoes linger. Water drips steadily. Steel wheels sing against polished rails. Then, almost reluctantly, daylight returns. Night has nearly arrived. Only a faint ribbon of blue remains above the highest ridges. Lanterns begin appearing beside distant stations. Small points of golden light scattered through the valleys. One marks a signal cabin. Another, a crossing keeper's hut. Another, the window of a workshop where mechanics continue repairing locomotives despite the late hour. The railway never truly sleeps. Its people simply change shifts. Far above the valley floor, hidden among forests now swallowed by darkness, lie the unfinished chambers of the Ries project. Some passages remain accessible today. Others have collapsed or flooded naturally. Many continue raising questions among historians. Exactly how much construction had been completed? Which chambers received machinery? Which remained unfinished? The available evidence answers some questions. Others remain open. That uncertainty has encouraged decades of speculation, yet one truth is beyond dispute. The immense undertaking depended upon the railway. Every concrete mixer, every steel beam, every ventilation fan, every length of cable, every food delivery, every medical supply, every worker, almost everything arrived by rail before continuing deeper into the mountains. The railway did not create the mystery. It quietly supported the work that later became mysterious. The convoy reaches another station shortly before full darkness. Fresh locomotive crews wait beside a water crane. Maintenance workers already carry lanterns toward the engine. The familiar routines begin once more. Check the bearings, inspect the brakes, refill the tender, review the dispatches, sign the ledger. Simple actions repeated with extraordinary consistency. The driver climbs down from the cab after another successful mountain crossing. He stretches tired shoulders before shaking hands with the next crew. No speeches, no celebration. Only another careful transfer completed exactly as intended. You remain on the platform for a moment longer. The departing locomotive breathes quietly beneath drifting snow. Beyond it, the dark outline of the Owl Mountains rises against a sky now filled with winter stars. Those mountains have witnessed miners, engineers, railway builders, soldiers, forced labourers, mechanics, station masters, and countless ordinary railway workers come and go. Most left behind very little. A signature inside a ledger, a maintenance report, a faded photograph. Perhaps that is enough. History is not always preserved by monuments. Sometimes it survives inside the quiet routines that thousands of people repeated without ever imagining that future generations would care enough to remember them. The locomotive whistles one final time. The sound travels across the valley before dissolving into the vast stillness of the mountains. Snow continues falling, the signal turns green. The convoy disappears into the darkness, and the Owl Mountains, faithful as ever, keep their silence, holding their unanswered questions gently beneath forests and stone, while the railway continues its patient journey through one more winter night. The first train arrives long after the guns have fallen silent. Not because the railway has been forgotten, but because someone must first discover whether it still exists. The snow that covered the tracks only weeks earlier now carries the first signs of approaching spring. Thin ribbons of meltwater run between the sleepers, gathering in shallow ditches beside the embankment before disappearing beneath small stone culverts built decades before the war. Patches of ice remain in the shadows of the pine forests, while the valleys echo with the steady drip of water falling from station roofs that have survived another difficult winter. You stand on the platform of a station that no longer belongs to the country that built it. The station clock still hangs upon the wall, the signal box still overlooks the junction, the freight warehouse still smells faintly of timber, coal smoke, and machine oil. Yet almost everything else has changed. The German station master has gone. The familiar locomotive crews have disappeared westward with retreating trains, become refugees, been captured, or simply vanished into the confusion that follows every great war. Now, another railway is arriving. It speaks a different language. It follows different regulations. It carries different uniforms, but it asks many of the same practical questions. Is the bridge still safe? Can the point still move? Will the locomotive take water here? Can tomorrow's freight train pass before sunrise? The railway has little interest in politics. It concerns itself with movement. During the spring of 1945, Soviet railway troops and engineering units advanced alongside the Red Army, restoring damaged infrastructure as quickly as possible. Their work was enormous. Thousands of bridges required inspection. Signals had to be tested, telegraph lines repaired, stations surveyed, workshops reopened. Entire sections of track had to be measured before traffic could safely resume. Without the railway, victory could not be supplied. You walk beside a group of Soviet railway engineers as they begin their morning inspection. Their equipment is simple: steel measuring rods, track gauges, survey notebooks, heavy hammers, canvas bags filled with tools worn smooth by constant use. One engineer kneels beside a rail joint and carefully measures the distance between the rails. Another checks fish plate bolts one by one. A third records every observation in a notebook whose pages already contain dozens of similar inspections completed during previous days. The work proceeds quietly, almost methodically. Many of these men spent years rebuilding railways farther east after fierce fighting had destroyed bridges, stations, and marshalling yards. Experience has taught them that appearances can be deceptive. A bridge may look perfectly sound. Only careful examination reveals hidden damage. Nearby, a former German signal cabin stands remarkably intact. The windows are broken. Several doors hang crooked upon their hinges. Inside, however, the great mechanical lever frame remains almost untouched. Dust covers the polished steel handles. Spider webs stretch between the signal diagrams hanging upon the wall. The Soviet officers study the equipment with quiet interest. Railway technology has many languages. Mechanical engineering has only one. One by one, the levers are tested. The points outside respond exactly as they should. Heavy rods beneath the ballast shift with reassuring certainty. One officer smiles briefly. Another section of railway can return to service. Outside the station, several women sweep shattered glass from the platform using broad wooden brooms. An elderly carpenter replaces broken window frames in the waiting room. Children gather discarded bricks into neat piles beside the freight shed. The work belongs to no army. It belongs to rebuilding. The station itself has survived. Now it must learn to serve a different future. Beyond the yard, a steam locomotive stands quietly upon a siding. Unlike the German Class 52 engines that dominated these lines during the war, this locomotive bears Soviet markings freshly painted across its tender. Its crew prepares it with the same careful routines practiced by railway workers everywhere. Check the water level, inspect the motion, oil the bearings, test the brakes. Every railway possesses its own regulations. Every experienced crew understands that machinery rewards patience regardless of nationality. The fireman opens the furnace door. Orange light spills across the rails. Coal disappears beneath glowing embers. Steam pressure begins rising. The language spoken inside the cab has changed. The rhythm of the work has not. Inside the freight warehouse, engineers examine stacks of equipment left behind during the final evacuation. Some machinery has already been removed. Other crates remain exactly where railway workers placed them weeks earlier. Several carry German inventory numbers neatly painted upon their sides. Others contain spare locomotive components carefully packed in grease-coated paper. Nothing suggests hidden treasure. Everything suggests hurried administration interrupted by rapidly changing events. History often imagines abandoned warehouses as places filled with mystery. In reality, they are usually filled with practical things. Replacement valves, electrical switches, lengths of cable, workshop tools, paperwork, the quiet machinery required to keep ordinary life functioning. Outside, telegraph crews begin restringing copper wire between weathered wooden poles. One man climbs carefully using iron spikes attached to his boots. Another feeds fresh wire from a rotating spool below. The line advances one pole at a time. Without communication, trains cannot move safely. Before long, the familiar clicking of telegraph instruments returns to the station office. A message arrives. Track open to the next junction. Bridge inspection complete. Proceed at reduced speed. Simple words. An entire railway begins breathing once again. As afternoon sunlight filters through thinning clouds, the first freight train since the fighting approaches from the east. No crowds gather. No ceremony has been arranged. Only a handful of engineers stand beside the platform, watching quietly. The locomotive whistles once. The sound echoes across the valley exactly as it did before the war reached these mountains. Steel wheels roll over freshly inspected rails. The bridge holds. The points operate correctly. The signal responds. The train passes safely. For a brief moment, it is easy to forget that only weeks earlier, these same tracks carried evacuation convoys moving in the opposite direction. Railways possess remarkable resilience. Given enough skilled hands, enough determination, and enough time, they begin working again. The stationmaster's office now contains different maps, different ledgers, different uniforms, yet someone still records arrival times, someone still checks freight manifests, someone still winds the station clock every evening before locking the office door. Perhaps that is the railway's greatest lesson. Empires change, borders shift, wars end. But sooner or later, someone must inspect the rails, light the signal lamps, and prepare another locomotive for tomorrow's journey. And as the afternoon train disappears toward the western horizon, leaving behind only a ribbon of steam drifting above the valley, you begin to understand that rebuilding history often begins not with grand speeches or famous treaties, but with one engineer tightening one forgotten bolt beside a quiet stretch of railway that simply refuses to stop carrying people toward the future. The morning begins with mist instead of snow. A thin veil of pale grey hangs low across the valleys of Lower Silesia, softening the outlines of hills that only weeks before echoed with artillery. The forests remain quiet, but winter has begun surrendering to early spring. Water drips steadily from station roofs. Small streams, frozen for months, move once again beneath old stone bridges. Along the railway embankment, patches of brown earth appear between melting banks of snow. You leave the station shortly after sunrise with a small inspection party. There are no passengers, no freight wagons, only a compact maintenance trolley resting upon the rails. Its steel wheels are surprisingly small, yet sturdy enough to carry 4 railway engineers, several wooden toolboxes, measuring equipment, and enough provisions for an entire day working far from the nearest station. One engineer pushes first. Another climbs aboard only after the trolley gathers momentum. Within moments, the quiet vehicle rolls steadily along the line, following rails that have carried countless trains before falling silent during the final weeks of the war. The journey is slow. It is meant to be. Inspection cannot be hurried. Every kilometre deserves careful attention. The senior engineer removes a folded route diagram from a leather case resting beside him. The paper has already been marked with dozens of notes written during previous inspections. Bridge number 14 requires new timber decking. Signal mast near kilometre marker 73. Replace damaged ladder. Drainage ditch partially blocked. Monitor after heavy rain. The notes are brief, yet together they describe an enormous undertaking. The railway cannot return to service all at once. It must be restored one careful section at a time. The trolley stops beside a shallow cutting where melting snow has exposed several damaged sleepers. You step down onto damp ballast. The smell of wet earth replaces the familiar scent of frozen air. Birdsong, almost absent throughout the winter, returns cautiously from the surrounding trees. Nature wastes little time reclaiming its place. The engineers begin their routine without discussion. One measures the gauge between the rails using a heavy steel template. Another checks the tightness of fishplate bolts with a long spanner polished by years of use. The youngest member of the team records each observation inside a lined notebook, writing carefully despite the damp morning air. Every measurement matters. Railways depend upon consistency measured in millimeters. A rail only slightly out of alignment may appear harmless. Repeated thousands of times beneath heavy freight traffic, that small error grows steadily larger. The experienced engineers know this. They correct tiny problems before they become expensive ones. Farther along the cutting, the drainage channel remains partially blocked by branches carried there during the winter thaw. 2 workers lift the debris away using wooden forks. Water immediately begins flowing beneath the track once more. No machinery is required, only patience. One man remarks quietly that moving water is often the railway's greatest ally. Standing water is among its greatest enemies. For more than a century, railway builders across Europe learned that lesson repeatedly. The inspection continues. Telegraph poles march beside the line with remarkable regularity despite months of neglect. Some lean slightly. Several cross arms require replacement. One pole has fallen entirely after the frozen ground beneath it shifted during the winter. A communications technician unloads a coil of fresh copper wire from the trolley. He studies the fallen pole for several moments before making a neat sketch inside his notebook. Replacement can wait until tomorrow. Today's responsibility is documentation. Tomorrow belongs to repairs. By late morning, the team reaches a small stone bridge crossing a narrow mountain stream. The water below runs clear, carrying fragments of melting ice toward the valley. The bridge itself appears almost untouched. Its masonry remains solid. The arch shows no visible cracks. Still, appearances never satisfy railway engineers. The senior inspector kneels beside the parapet. He examines every mortar joint. every drainage opening, every iron anchor securing the handrail. The youngest worker taps selected stones gently with a hammer. The echoes remain reassuringly consistent. No hidden voids, no loose masonry. The bridge passes inspection. Another line receives a careful checkmark. The trolley continues. Around midday, the engineers stop beside an abandoned siding leading toward an old industrial warehouse. Grass has already begun pushing through the ballast. The rails are lightly coated with rust. A weathered buffer stop stands at the end of the track beneath a stand of birch trees. One engineer studies an old map. Years earlier, this siding received regular deliveries of machine parts manufactured nearby. The factory now stands empty. Broken windows reflect the pale afternoon sky. Nature has already begun entering through open doors. History often imagines abandoned places changing overnight. The reality is slower. A loose roof tile, a cracked window, rain finding its way inside, silence replacing machinery. Buildings age much as people do. Gradually. Thoughtfully. The inspection party eats a simple lunch sitting beside the rails. Black bread, boiled potatoes, tea poured from a heavy metal flask. Conversation remains practical. Tomorrow's weather, bridge repairs scheduled for next week, whether enough replacement sleepers have arrived from the timber yard. No one speaks much about the war. There is already enough work waiting. The railway encourages attention toward tomorrow rather than yesterday. Soon the trolley moves once again. The afternoon passes through forests where sunlight filters gently between tall pines. Several deer pause briefly beside the embankment before disappearing into the trees. The railway has grown quiet enough for wildlife to return, yet not empty. Every few kilometers, another maintenance gang appears. Some replace damaged signal lenses, others clear culverts. One crew unloads freshly cut timber destined to become new sleepers. Another paints kilometer posts whose faded numbers have become difficult to read. Everywhere you look, rebuilding advances through ordinary labor, not spectacular, simply steady. By late afternoon, the engineers arrive at another station. Its platform has been swept clean. Fresh glass fills the waiting room windows. Flower boxes, still empty after winter, have been placed beneath them in anticipation of warmer days. The station clock works once again. Inside the office, a telegraph instrument clicks softly. Its rhythm feels strangely comforting. The station master copies the latest message into a fresh ledger. Train expected tomorrow morning. Proceed with caution. Track inspection complete. The railway is speaking again. Not loudly, not dramatically, just enough to remind everyone that the line is slowly returning to life. As the inspection trolley is lifted from the rails and stored beside the platform, you look back along the route travelled since sunrise. Nothing extraordinary has happened. No hidden chambers discovered. No forgotten treasure uncovered. Only rails measured. Bridges examined. Drainage cleared. Signals repaired. Yet perhaps this quiet work carries its own quiet heroism. History remembers the day a railway opened. It rarely remembers the countless careful days spent preparing it to do so. And as evening settles gently across the valley, the polished rails catch the last light of the setting sun, stretching toward the horizon like a promise that, despite everything the war had broken, some journeys were finally beginning again. The station is quieter than it has been in years. Not because trains have stopped arriving, but because the urgency that once filled every platform has slowly begun to fade. The endless stream of military dispatches has become less frequent. Freight wagons still roll through the valley, yet many now carry timber for reconstruction, bridge girders, bricks, farming equipment, flour, livestock feed, and machinery intended not for battle, but for rebuilding. You stand beneath the station canopy just before dawn. The lamps are still burning. A light mist hangs over the tracks, softening the outlines of the signal posts that stretch toward the western hills. Somewhere beyond the yard, a locomotive releases a slow breath of steam that drifts across the platform before disappearing into the cool morning air. The railway is learning a different rhythm. Inside the station office, the new station master unlocks a cabinet containing fresh timetables. The paper is clean. The ink is still dark. Unlike the hurried wartime schedules covered with handwritten alterations and emergency notes, these pages have been carefully typeset. Passenger services begin appearing alongside freight movements once again. Local stopping trains are assigned regular departure times. Connections between neighbouring towns are restored one section at a time. It is only a beginning. But it is a beginning nonetheless. You watch as the station master pins the timetable onto the notice board outside the waiting room. Several railway employees gather quietly around it. No one applauds. Instead, they study the familiar columns of times and destinations with thoughtful expressions. For many of them, this is the first ordinary timetable they have seen in years. Ordinary. The word itself feels remarkable. Across the yard, mechanics continue preparing locomotives exactly as they always have. One engine receives fresh oil around its valve gear. Another has its brake cylinders inspected. A fitter replaces worn packing around a steam valve while an apprentice cleans soot from the smoke box door. The tools have not changed. Neither has the discipline. Only the purpose feels different. The depot foreman walks slowly between the locomotives carrying a clipboard whose pages are filled not with emergency repairs, but with scheduled maintenance. Inspection every 500 kilometers. Boiler washout next Tuesday. Wheel measurements due next month. Preventive maintenance returns. It is a quiet sign that the railway has begun looking beyond tomorrow. Outside the goods warehouse, labourers unload wagons carrying timber harvested from nearby forests. Freshly cut beams are stacked neatly beneath a covered shelter, where carpenters measure each length before loading them onto waiting horse carts. Elsewhere, bricks salvaged from damaged buildings are cleaned by hand. Every reusable stone matters. Waste is a luxury few can afford. The railway once carried destruction. Now it carries reconstruction. The same rails, the same bridges, the same stations, a different cargo. Farther along the platform, an elderly porter carefully paints a new station sign. The old lettering has weathered badly through years of smoke, snow, and neglect. With slow, steady brush strokes, each letter becomes clear once more. He pauses occasionally to compare his work with a folded reference sheet tucked into his pocket. Accuracy matters. Even names deserve careful attention. Several children wander onto the platform accompanied by their mothers. They watch with quiet fascination as a locomotive slowly backs onto a short passenger train waiting beneath the canopy. For them, trains are becoming ordinary again. They have never known the railway before the war. To these children, the whistle of a departing locomotive is not the sound of evacuation or retreat. It is simply the sound of travel. That realization settles gently over you. History changes generation by generation. Inside the telegraph office, messages continue arriving throughout the morning. Track inspection complete, bridge reopened, additional wagons requested for grain shipment, passenger coach delayed by mechanical inspection. The subjects have changed. The rhythm remains comfortingly familiar. Telegraph keys click, pens scratch across paper. Station clocks continue measuring another ordinary day. Near midday, the first scheduled local passenger service arrives precisely on time. It consists of only a few coaches pulled by a weathered steam locomotive whose paint still bears the scars of difficult years. Passengers step down carrying baskets, briefcases, parcels and flowers wrapped in newspaper. One young couple embraces relatives waiting patiently on the platform. An elderly woman thanks the conductor before making her way toward the station exit. A postal worker unloads several canvas mailbags onto a waiting trolley. Nothing about the arrival appears extraordinary, and perhaps that is exactly why it matters. The railway has become ordinary again. Its greatest success lies not in dramatic moments, but in the quiet return of everyday life. As the afternoon unfolds, maintenance crews continue their work beyond the station limits. One team replaces weathered sleepers along a gentle curve. Another repaints semaphore signal arms whose bright colours have faded beneath years of harsh winters. Bridge inspectors record measurements inside fresh engineering ledgers. Drainage ditches are cleared before the spring rains arrive. No task seeks attention. Each contributes another small measure of reliability. Late in the day, you walk beyond the last platform toward the edge of the marshalling yard. Several disused sidings still remain overgrown with weeds and scattered debris left behind during the chaotic final months of the war. Some wagons have long since been removed. Others await repair before returning to service. The railway remembers its difficult past, yet it refuses to remain there. A locomotive whistles softly somewhere beyond the curve. The sound drifts across fields, now turning green beneath the first warmth of spring. Birdsong answers from nearby trees. For a moment, both sounds seem perfectly suited to one another. As evening approaches, the station master closes another completed page inside the movement register. Today's entries are remarkably uneventful. Passenger train arrived, freight departed, mail received, track inspection satisfactory. Years from now, historians may find little excitement in those words. Yet to the people living them, they represented something priceless: stability, routine, peace. The final train of the day departs beneath a sky painted with the soft colours of sunset. Its wheels click gently across the points before disappearing toward the western horizon. The red lantern at the rear grows smaller and smaller until it finally blends into the gathering dusk. You remain on the platform for a few moments longer. The rails stretch quietly into the distance, polished by another day's honest work. They have carried armies. They have carried refugees. They have carried machinery, food, letters, hopes, and fears. Now, at last, they begin carrying ordinary life again. Perhaps that is the greatest achievement any railway can claim. Not that it survived history, but that it quietly helped history begin again, one timetable, one station, and one peaceful journey at a time. The first rumours do not begin with treasure hunters, they begin with railway workers. It is the autumn of 1945, only a few months after the fighting has ended across Lower Silesia. The forests have exchanged their winter silence for the rustle of golden leaves, and the mountains no longer echo with the whistles of endless military convoys. Stations that only recently handled evacuation trains now welcome short passenger services, maintenance wagons, and freight carrying timber, bricks, cement, and farming equipment. Life is returning, slowly, patiently. You arrive at the modest station of Waldenburg, known today as Waldenburg, just after sunrise. The platform is damp from overnight rain. A porter sweeps fallen leaves from between the rails while the station clock marks another ordinary morning. Steam rises from an elderly locomotive waiting beside the water crane, its boiler warming gently before beginning the day's work. Nothing suggests mystery. Everything suggests routine. Inside the station office, new railway maps have replaced the wartime editions. Borders have changed. Station names are gradually being rewritten. Fresh ledgers fill shelves where older German records once stood. Some documents survived the final months of the war. Many did not. Entire filing cabinets disappeared during hurried evacuations. Others were destroyed by fire, flood, or simple neglect. For railway administrators attempting to restore regular service, missing paperwork creates practical problems. For later generations, it creates legends. You accompany a maintenance supervisor preparing an inspection of an old industrial branch line leading toward the foothills of the Owl Mountains. The branch has not carried regular traffic since the final months of the war. Grass already grows between the sleepers. Rust has begun forming on sections of unused rail. Several semaphore signals remain frozen permanently at stop, their cables disconnected until repairs can be completed. The supervisor carries little more than a notebook, a folding ruler, and 30 years of railway experience. He is not searching for treasure, he is searching for damaged track. His crew pushes a lightweight inspection trolley along the branch line. The wheels click softly over each rail joint. One worker notes missing fishplate bolts. Another records a rotten sleeper requiring replacement. A third examines drainage channels partially blocked by fallen branches. Their work is wonderfully ordinary. Every few hundred meters they stop, measure, inspect, record, continue. The forest surrounding the railway has begun reclaiming the line. Young birch trees grow close to the embankment. Moss spreads across stone retaining walls blackened by decades of steam smoke. Birdsong replaces the clatter of freight wagons that once echoed through these valleys almost every hour. Nature wastes little time. The railway, however, remembers. Each kilometre post still stands where engineers placed it decades earlier. Every curve still follows the careful calculations of surveyors who built these mountain lines long before anyone imagined a world war. By midday, the inspection party reaches an abandoned loading siding. Only fragments remain. a weathered platform, the stone foundations of a small warehouse, a collapsed water tower, several lengths of disconnected rail stacked neatly beside the track. The supervisor studies an old map before comparing it with the landscape. According to pre-war railway records, timber from nearby forests was once loaded here before being shipped toward larger junctions. Nothing unusual, only commerce. Yet one younger worker quietly mentions a story he heard from an elderly villager. According to the tale, a heavily guarded freight train disappeared somewhere in these mountains during the final weeks of the war. The older railwaymen smile politely. One shrugs, another continues writing measurements inside his notebook. They have heard similar stories before. Throughout Europe, the closing months of the war left behind countless rumors. Missing convoys, hidden warehouses, secret depots, abandoned fuel dumps. Some proved accurate, many did not. The railway teaches caution. Without documents, assumptions remain only assumptions. During the afternoon, the team reaches the entrance to a short railway tunnel built in the 19th century. The stone portal is stained by years of locomotive smoke. Water drips steadily from the arch, forming small pools beside the rails. Inside, the air feels noticeably cooler. Their lanterns reveal damp brickwork, drainage channels, and soot-blackened ceilings. The tunnel is exactly what engineers expected to find. A well-built piece of railway infrastructure requiring maintenance after months of neglect. No hidden sidings, no concealed doors, no mysterious chambers, only careful engineering. Yet, as you leave the tunnel, the supervisor pauses beside an old telegraph pole standing crooked beside the line. He runs his hand across weathered timber polished smooth by decades of mountain weather. So many records disappeared, he says quietly. People naturally try to fill the empty spaces. His observation lingers in your thoughts. History rarely enjoys unanswered questions. Where documents end, imagination often begins. Back at the station that evening, another freight train arrives carrying replacement rails destined for reconstruction projects farther east. The locomotive crew exchanges paperwork with the station master. Brake inspections are signed, arrival times recorded, coal consumption noted, routine continues, exactly as it always has. You sit quietly on the platform watching railway workers perform familiar tasks beneath the warm glow of signal lamps. Each action is carefully documented. Each movement leaves a written trace. Perhaps that is why historians value railway records so highly. Trains leave tracks upon the ground, railway workers leave tracks upon paper. When both survive, the past becomes wonderfully clear. When one disappears, mystery quietly takes its place. As darkness settles across the valley, another locomotive whistle echoes between the mountains before fading into the cool autumn air. Somewhere beyond those ridges lie abandoned sidings, forgotten depots, unfinished tunnels, and stretches of railway that have not carried a train in months. Most will eventually reveal ordinary stories of maintenance, transport, and hard work. A few may never surrender all their answers. And perhaps that gentle uncertainty, resting quietly among the forests of Lower Silesia, is what has kept people returning to these mountains for generations, not because every legend is true, but because every railway remembers more journeys than any single ledger could ever record. Morning arrives beneath a sky the color of old paper. A gentle fog rests across the valleys surrounding Waldenburg, softening the outlines of the mountains until forests and hills seem to blend into one another. The rails shine with a thin coating of moisture, reflecting the first pale light of day, as though they have been polished overnight. You leave the station carrying a leather satchel that is noticeably heavier than yesterday. Not because it contains tools. Today it carries maps. The railway often remembers through steel. Historians remember through paper. Inside the satchel lie several surviving track diagrams printed before the war, maintenance records recovered from a regional depot, and a collection of station ledgers rescued from a warehouse that narrowly escaped destruction during the final months of the conflict. None of the documents mention hidden treasure. None describe mysterious disappearances. Instead, they contain what railways have always valued most: measurements, schedules, repairs, signatures, the quiet language of ordinary work. You travel with a small inspection team aboard a hand-powered maintenance trolley. Its iron wheels roll gently across damp rails, while the surrounding forests awaken around you. Birds move through the pine branches above. A narrow stream follows the railway for several kilometers, its clear water carrying fallen leaves toward the valley below. The senior engineer opens one of the folded maps across his knees. The paper is worn along its creases, but every siding, water tower, bridge, and signal cabin remains clearly marked. He points toward a branch line, no longer visible from the main track. According to the railway survey completed in 1943, it once served a granite quarry. The quarry closed before the end of the war. The rails were later removed. Only the embankment remains. This is how many railway mysteries begin. A line disappears. A warehouse is demolished. A tunnel is sealed for safety. Decades later, people wonder what once stood there. Sometimes the answer is surprisingly ordinary. The trolley slows beside an old junction where rusting point mechanisms still emerge from the ballast. The rails leading toward the quarry have long since vanished, yet the foundations of the switch remain exactly where engineers installed them many decades earlier. One worker kneels beside the mechanism. He brushes away damp leaves using a small broom before exposing the heavy steel rods beneath. Everything has become stiff with rust. Even so, the craftsmanship remains impressive. Large cast-iron components still fit together with remarkable precision despite years without movement. Railways were built to endure. Farther ahead, you reach a disused signal cabin standing alone beside the line. Its windows are broken. The roof sags slightly beneath years of rain and snow. Inside, dust covers the great mechanical lever frame. Spider webs stretch between polished brass number plates identifying each signal and turnout. The inspection team enters carefully, not searching for secrets, searching for records. An old cupboard still stands against one wall. Its drawers contain faded maintenance forms, blank telegraph sheets, and several engineering diagrams rolled tightly inside cardboard tubes. The paper has yellowed with age. Some ink has faded, yet the information remains perfectly understandable. Signal inspections, lubrication schedules, monthly maintenance reports, ordinary documents, extraordinary survivors. One page records a signal lamp replaced during November 1944. Another notes repairs following heavy snowfall earlier that winter. These simple entries remind you that while armies moved across Europe, railway workers continued tightening bolts, replacing glass lenses, and recording their work with quiet discipline. History often survives through habits rather than headlines. By late morning, the inspection continues toward an abandoned goods yard surrounded by birch trees. The loading platform remains intact. The warehouse has lost part of its roof. Wildflowers now grow between cracked paving stones where freight wagons once stood waiting for coal, timber, and machinery. The engineer compares another map with the landscape. Every measurement matches. The railway has not changed, only its purpose has. A younger member of the team unfolds a newspaper clipping describing rumors already spreading through the region. Some claim an armored train vanished during the final weeks of the war. Others speak of sealed tunnels hidden within the mountains. The senior engineer smiles kindly before folding the article away. He has spent 40 years working on railways. He knows something important. Real railways leave evidence. Train movements generate paperwork, dispatches, maintenance records, crew assignments, fuel reports. The larger the operation, the larger the trail of documents. When records disappear, certainty disappears with them. That does not prove extraordinary events occurred. It simply reminds us how easily history can become incomplete. The team pauses beside a small stone bridge crossing a mountain stream. Lunch is simple. Dark bread, cheese, boiled eggs, hot tea poured into enamel cups. Conversation drifts naturally toward engineering rather than legend. How quickly should worn sleepers be replaced? Would timber or concrete prove more durable in these valleys? Should older semaphore signals remain in service or eventually give way to modern light signals? The railway continues thinking about tomorrow, even while others search yesterday. During the afternoon, you visit the regional archive housed inside a former railway administration building. The reading room smells faintly of old paper and polished wood. Shelves stretch from floor to ceiling, filled with bound ledgers rescued from stations throughout Lower Silesia. Archivists work quietly beneath green-shaded lamps. One carefully repairs a torn freight manifest using thin Japanese conservation paper. Another photographs fragile engineering drawings before returning them to protective folders. History requires maintenance too. An elderly archivist places a heavy register before you. Inside are movement records from the spring of 1945. Many pages remain intact. Others are missing. Several have suffered water damage. Some entries end abruptly where the clerk never returned to finish writing. The silence between those pages feels strangely powerful, not because it proves a mystery, because it reminds you how chaotic those final weeks truly were. Wars do not preserve paperwork kindly. As evening approaches, you return once more to the station platform. Another passenger train arrives exactly on schedule. Children wave from the windows. A postman unloads canvas mailbags onto a waiting trolley. The station master notes the arrival time with calm precision before placing today's completed ledger beside dozens of others already filling the shelves. Tomorrow will produce another ledger. Next week, another. Little by little, the railway begins creating new history while preserving what fragments of the old still remain. Perhaps that is the railway's greatest gift. Not certainty, but continuity. Steel rails connect places. Carefully written records connect generations. And somewhere beyond the quiet mountains, where forgotten embankments disappear beneath forests and abandoned sidings fade into the earth, the missing pages of history remain scattered, not waiting for fortune hunters, but for patient readers willing to understand that sometimes the greatest mystery is simply how much ordinary life can quietly disappear with the passing of time. The final morning arrives with clear skies. For the first time in several days, the valleys of Lower Silesia are free from mist. Early sunlight spills across the Owl Mountains, touching the tops of the pine trees before slowly descending toward the railway below. Dew rests upon the rails, turning each length of polished steel into a narrow ribbon of silver stretching toward the horizon. The station is already awake, not with excitement, with routine. A porter unlocks the waiting room while another sweeps the platform clean before the first passenger service arrives. In the locomotive depot, a mechanic removes the inspection cover from a steam engine's axle box, examining the bearings beneath the warm glow of a handheld lamp. Nearby, a boiler inspector carefully checks water levels before another locomotive begins its daily work. Nothing unusual, nothing mysterious, simply another morning on the railway. You walk slowly through the marshalling yard where freight wagons stand waiting beneath the early autumn sun. Their wooden sides bear faded markings from years of service. Some once carried coal from the mines of Lower Silesia. Others transported machinery, timber, grain, engineering equipment, or mail. Each wagon has travelled hundreds, perhaps thousands of kilometres. Each has passed through stations whose names have changed with history. Yet none remembers the journey. Only the people do. Inside the station office, an archivist has spread several wartime ledgers across a large oak table. Beside them lie freshly compiled post-war railway records. Together they form an unbroken chain reaching across one of Europe's most turbulent periods. You begin comparing entries. One register lists a freight convoy departing Breslau during the winter of 1945. Another records its arrival at a mountain junction. A third confirms routine maintenance performed on the locomotive several days later. Every page fills another small gap. Not every journey can be reconstructed. Many never will. Yet enough survives to reveal something remarkable. The railway was never as chaotic as later legends often suggest. Even during retreat, experienced railway workers continued recording movements with astonishing discipline whenever circumstances allowed. Coal deliveries, bridge inspections, crew changes, locomotive repairs, telegraph messages, small fragments of ordinary life preserved against extraordinary odds. The archivist smiles as another missing locomotive number is matched with an inspection report recovered from a different station. No treasure has been discovered, only information. Yet information possesses its own quiet value. A forgotten signature reconnects one journey. A damaged timetable explains another. History rarely returns all its answers at once. Instead, it offers them patiently. One document, one photograph, one railway ledger at a time. Later that morning, you travel once more toward the foothills, where several abandoned sidings disappear beneath the trees. Autumn has advanced noticeably. Golden leaves cover the ballast. Grass grows higher between unused sleepers. A telegraph pole, no longer carrying wires, leans gently beside the line. Nature continues its careful work. The railway changes more slowly. You stop beside an old water tower overlooking a forgotten goods yard. The tower has not supplied a locomotive in many years. Its pipes have rusted. Its pumps remain silent. Yet the structure still stands with quiet dignity against the blue sky. Nearby, the foundations of a demolished warehouse remain clearly visible beneath the grass. No hidden tunnels appear. No secret doors reveal themselves. Only the practical remains of an industrial railway that once served ordinary needs. It is enough. A retired railwayman, now well into old age, joins you during the afternoon. He spent nearly 4 decades working these mountain lines. His memories are precise. He remembers difficult winters when snowdrifts buried the points. He remembers replacing rails after floods. He remembers nights spent clearing fallen trees before the morning freight trains arrived. When asked about the famous stories of vanished trains, he smiles gently. The mountains always inspired stories, he says, but the railway was too busy to spend much time inventing them. Instead, he speaks about stationmasters who rarely missed a departure, mechanics who could diagnose an engine simply by listening to its exhaust, track inspectors who knew every bridge and culvert by heart, signalmen who worked alone through endless winter nights, ensuring strangers reached home safely without ever learning their names. Those are the people he remembers, not myths. The railway's ordinary guardians. As evening approaches, you return for one final walk along the main line. A passenger train arrives exactly on schedule. Children step onto the platform carrying school satchels. A farmer unloads 2 milk cans into a waiting cart. The station cafe serves warm bread and tea to travellers beginning another ordinary journey. The scene feels wonderfully familiar. It could belong to almost any year. Perhaps that is the railway's greatest achievement. Not surviving war, but surviving long enough to become ordinary once again. The station master completes the final entries in today's movement register. Arrival on time. Freight departed. Mail transferred. Signal inspection satisfactory. He closes the heavy ledger with quiet satisfaction before placing it beside hundreds of others already filling the shelves. Future historians may one day open that same volume. Most will search for extraordinary events. Many will overlook the pages describing routine. Yet those ordinary pages contain the heartbeat of the railway. For every famous mystery, there were thousands of uneventful journeys. For every unanswered question, there were countless careful inspections. For every legend whispered among the mountains, there were ordinary railway workers who rose before dawn, lit signal lamps, tightened bolts, checked brakes, signed ledgers, and ensured another train reached its destination safely. As twilight settles over Lower Silesia, the final locomotive of the day whistles softly before disappearing beyond the distant curve. Its sound drifts across the valley exactly as it did decades before. The rails remain. The bridges remain. Many of the stations remain. Even where names have changed and borders have shifted, the railway continues connecting people with quiet determination. Perhaps that is what the railway truly remembered. Not hidden gold, not secret tunnels, not vanished fortunes. It remembered the steady rhythm of ordinary lives lived beside the tracks. The driver who watched the gauges through another winter night. The signalman who trusted his levers. The mechanic whose careful hands prevented tomorrow's breakdown. The clerk whose neat handwriting preserved another day's work. Together, they created a history far richer than any legend, a history measured not in treasure, but in trust. And as darkness gently settles across the mountains one final time, the polished rails fade into the evening light, carrying with them the quiet certainty that the greatest journeys are often the ones that leave behind nothing more than a whistle in the distance and a perfectly written line in an old railway ledger. The locomotive has been awake for nearly 3 hours before the first hint of dawn appears above the eastern horizon. Its boiler has been warming slowly throughout the night, allowing steel, water, and steam to reach operating temperature without unnecessary strain. Every experienced railway crew understands that patience extends the life of an engine. A hurried fire can damage boiler plates. Steam raised too quickly places enormous stress upon valves and rivets that have already endured years of relentless service. So the fireman works methodically, one careful shovel of coal, a brief pause, another measured layer spread evenly across the grate. The firebox glows softly behind the heavy iron door, its orange light spilling across the snow-covered depot floor each time the handle is turned. Outside, the air is cold enough for every breath to become a drifting cloud. The station still sleeps. Only the railway has begun its day. You stand inside a locomotive depot somewhere in eastern Germany during the closing months of the Second World War. The building smells exactly as railway workshops always have. Warm oil, coal smoke, fresh steam, machine grease, damp timber. The scent has changed remarkably little since the 19th century. It is the smell of machinery prepared with care. Along one wall, mechanics move quietly beneath hanging workshop lamps. One removes an inspection cover from the locomotive's valve chest. Another checks the lubrication lines feeding the connecting rods. Nearby, an apprentice wipes soot from the brass pressure gauges until their faces shine brightly beneath the electric lights. No one speaks loudly. Morning routines rarely require conversation. Each worker already knows precisely what must be done. The locomotive waiting before you is a DRB Class 52 Kriegs locomotive, one of the most recognizable steam locomotives of the Second World War. Designed for rapid wartime production, the Class 52 sacrificed decorative features and manufacturing complexity in favor of reliability and efficiency. More than 6,000 examples were built between 1942 and 1945, making it one of the most numerous wartime freight locomotives ever constructed. Its appearance is practical rather than elegant. Large driving wheels, a broad boiler, a compact enclosed cab offering limited protection from winter winds. Nothing unnecessary, everything designed to move freight. The chief mechanic climbs carefully along the running board, carrying a lantern despite the growing daylight. He pauses beside the steam dome before listening closely to the quiet sounds coming from within the boiler. Every experienced engineer develops this habit. Machines speak continuously, a slight vibration, an unfamiliar knock, the rhythm of escaping steam. Each sound carries information for those patient enough to hear it. Satisfied, he descends once more. The locomotive receives another careful mark inside the maintenance register. Fit for service. Outside the depot doors, rows of freight wagons wait beneath fresh snow. Many carry covered loads destined for stations farther west. Replacement rails, coal, machine tools, medical supplies, food. Everything necessary to keep both civilians and railways functioning through another difficult winter. The locomotive exists for one purpose: to move them. Nearby, the driver unfolds a weather report delivered only minutes earlier. Heavy frost has formed across several exposed sections of track. One mountain cutting has received overnight snowfall deep enough to require maintenance crews before the first freight convoy may pass safely. Reduced speed orders have already been issued. The railway responds to weather with planning rather than frustration. Winter cannot be defeated, only managed. The fireman climbs into the tender. He studies the quality of today's coal shipment before breaking several frozen lumps apart using the back of his shovel. Good fuel burns steadily. Poor fuel demands constant attention. Every locomotive crew quickly learns the difference. Water begins flowing into the tender from a towering iron crane standing beside the depot. The stream crashes loudly against the steel tank before gradually settling into a steady rhythm. Steam locomotives consume astonishing quantities of water. On difficult mountain routes, a single freight engine may require thousands of liters between major servicing stops. Water towers become just as important as stations themselves. Without them, the railway simply ends. Inside the dispatch office, telegraph instruments begin clicking steadily beneath green-shaded lamps. The operator removes another narrow strip of paper before copying its contents carefully into the movement register. Bridge inspection completed, visibility moderate, track clear after snow removal, proceed according to revised timetable. The message reaches the station master within moments. He studies the route, adds several handwritten notes, then walks directly toward the waiting locomotive. The driver listens carefully. No discussion follows, only understanding. Practical information shared between professionals who have repeated similar conversations for years. Beyond the station yard, the first maintenance gang of the morning is already at work. Their trolley carries shovels, lanterns, replacement fish plates, oil cans, and heavy steel tools polished smooth by countless repairs. One worker sweeps snow away from a turnout, another applies warm oil to exposed moving parts, a third checks that drainage channels beneath the ballast remain open after the overnight freeze. No passenger will ever notice their efforts. That is precisely the point. Railway maintenance succeeds when nothing unusual happens. As dawn finally reaches the eastern sky, pale sunlight touches the roofs of the freight wagons waiting patiently upon the sidings. Smoke rises gently from nearby cottages. Church bells sound faintly across the valley. Life beyond the railway slowly begins another ordinary day. Within the depot, however, another world already exists. The locomotive's boiler pressure reaches operating level. The safety valves lift briefly before settling once again. The driver checks his pocket watch against the station clock. Perfect agreement. The conductor approaches carrying a thick leather folder containing today's movement papers, wagon lists, route authorities, maintenance notices, speed restrictions, crew assignments, everything required before steel begins moving. He signs the final page. The station master adds his own signature beneath it. A railway does not begin with the whistle. It begins with paperwork completed correctly. The depot doors stand open now. Cold morning air drifts across warm steel. Steam curls gently upward into the brightening sky. The locomotive waits quietly, almost patiently, as though understanding that another long journey is about to begin. Somewhere beyond the horizon, countless stations, bridges, water towers, signal cabins, and maintenance gangs are already preparing for its arrival. Each depends upon the others. Each trusts the railway. And as you rest your hand briefly against the warm steel of the boiler, feeling its slow heartbeat beneath layers of riveted metal, you begin to understand that the greatest strength of a steam locomotive was never simply its power. It was the thousands of ordinary hands that prepared it, guided it, repaired it, and trusted it to carry one more train through one more uncertain winter. The departure begins so gently that the first movement is almost impossible to notice. Inside the cab, the driver eases the regulator open by only the smallest amount. Steam flows quietly toward the cylinders, and somewhere beneath the locomotive, a deep metallic sigh passes through machinery that has already traveled hundreds of thousands of kilometers. One coupling tightens, then another. A second later, the entire freight train begins to move, each wagon accepting the weight of the journey in turn. The station slips slowly behind. The platform lamps still glow in the early morning darkness, though the eastern sky has begun changing from deep blue to pale silver. A signalman stands beside his cabin, watching the convoy disappear beyond the first curve, raising one gloved hand in farewell before returning to his levers and telegraph instruments. Another train has begun another ordinary day. You remain inside the locomotive cab. The warmth is immediate. Outside, frost covers every fence, telegraph pole, and field stretching toward the distant forests. Inside, the firebox radiates a comforting heat that fills every corner of the cab. The fireman moves continuously between the tender and the furnace, lifting coal with a practiced rhythm developed through years of experience. No movement is wasted. Each shovel follows nearly the same path. Every adjustment of the fire is made almost instinctively. Experienced firemen often judged the condition of the locomotive by color alone. The glow within the firebox, the appearance of smoke leaving the chimney, Even the color of escaping steam all revealed small details about how efficiently the engine was working. It was knowledge learned through repetition rather than books. Ahead, the line begins climbing toward higher ground. The locomotive answers with a deeper exhaust. 4 steady beats, a brief pause, 4 more. The rhythm echoes across frozen fields before bouncing gently from the forest beyond. The driver watches the pressure gauge without anxiety. Steam remains exactly where it should. The injector feeds fresh water into the boiler. Lubricators continue delivering oil to every moving bearing. Nothing unexpected. Only another climb. Outside the cab window, telegraph poles pass with remarkable regularity. Each stands almost exactly 50 meters from the next, creating a quiet rhythm of its own as the train advances. The wires above hum softly whenever a cold wind moves across the open countryside. For decades, these wires carried the conversations that kept Europe's railways alive. A delayed freight, a damaged bridge, a replacement locomotive requested, permission granted, line clear. Thousands of simple messages, each preventing confusion farther along the route. The railway has always relied upon communication as much as steel. Several kilometers ahead, a maintenance crew finishes clearing overnight snow from a passing loop. 3 men stand beside the track, holding broad wooden shovels, while another inspects the turnout mechanism using a lantern despite the growing daylight. Snow packed beneath switchblades can prevent them from closing completely. A gap no wider than a finger may stop an entire railway. The foreman tests the movement twice. Satisfied, he waves toward the approaching locomotive. The driver answers with a brief whistle. Professionals acknowledging professionals. Nothing more is required. Late in the morning, the convoy reaches a modest country station. The stop has been planned for weeks. Water, coal, crew inspection. The locomotive eases beneath the water crane, while the fireman swings the heavy cast-iron pipe toward the tender. Moments later, thousands of liters rush downward with a thunderous roar. Steam rises immediately where icy metal meets warmer water. Nearby, mechanics begin another inspection. One checks brake rigging beneath the tender. Another examines the valve gear for signs of unusual wear after the morning climb. A third wipes soot from the pressure gauges before comparing their readings with a portable test instrument. The locomotive receives the same careful attention at every stop. Not because anyone expects failure, because preventing failure has always been the railway's greatest habit. Inside the station office, the station master studies a freshly received telegraph message. Heavy military traffic farther west has temporarily occupied one section of the line. Freight movements must wait 20 minutes before continuing. No one complains. The railway adapts. The conductor simply notes the delay inside his movement register. Departure postponed. 20 minutes. Operational traffic. A single line of handwriting quietly preserves another small piece of history. Outside, railway workers gather briefly around enamel mugs filled with hot coffee. The conversation drifts naturally toward machinery. One mechanic describes replacing piston rings on another locomotive 2 days earlier. Another wonders whether replacement bearings will arrive before the month's end. Coal quality has declined slightly. Boiler water remains acceptable. The subjects remain wonderfully ordinary. Wars may dominate history books. Working people continue discussing work. When the line finally clears, the semaphore rises once more. The locomotive answers immediately. Steam pressure has recovered during the stop. The driver eases the regulator open. The train begins moving once again. This afternoon, the route enters broad forests where sunlight filters through snow-covered branches in long golden beams. The landscape changes almost imperceptibly. Open farmland gives way to dense woodland. Frozen streams cross beneath small stone bridges. Occasionally, abandoned military vehicles remain visible beyond the tree line, already half buried beneath drifting snow. The railway passes them quietly. Its responsibility lies ahead, not behind. You walk toward the rear brake van as the convoy continues deeper into the forest. Each wagon tells its own small story. One carries replacement rails, another transports sacks of flour destined for towns recovering from months of disruption. Several wagons contain workshop machinery packed carefully against vibration. Others carry timber harvested from nearby forests. No single wagon seems extraordinary. Together, they represent the patient work of rebuilding. As afternoon slowly fades, clouds begin gathering once more above the distant hills. The temperature falls noticeably. The fireman adds another layer of coal before closing the furnace door with a heavy clang. The warm glow disappears. Only the steady vibration of the locomotive remains. The conductor finishes another page inside his ledger. Inspection satisfactory. Weather deteriorating. Snow expected overnight. Routine entries. Yet decades later, such pages would allow historians to reconstruct journeys almost hour by hour. Paper remembers remarkably well. As evening approaches, the train rounds a long, sweeping curve overlooking a frozen valley. Far below, another station prepares for night operations. Signal lamps glow softly. Smoke rises from the locomotive depot. Fresh crews gather beneath the platform canopy, waiting to relieve those whose shift is nearly complete. The railway has become a chain of ordinary people, handing responsibility from one pair of hands to the next. Driver to driver, mechanic to mechanic, signalman to signalman. No single journey belongs entirely to one crew. It belongs to everyone who keeps the line alive. The locomotive whistles once more before descending gently toward the lights below. Another station waits. Another inspection. Another carefully written ledger entry. The journey continues exactly as thousands before it have continued, through patience, precision, and the quiet determination of railway workers whose greatest accomplishment was making extraordinary distances feel like one uninterrupted line of polished steel stretching calmly through the winter night. Night settles over the railway with remarkable gentleness. The final traces of daylight disappear behind distant hills, leaving only the warm glow of station lamps and the pale reflection of moonlight upon snow-covered fields. Telegraph wires shimmer faintly above the track, stretching endlessly toward the horizon, where another station, another signal box, and another waiting locomotive continue their own quiet routines. Your freight train has been traveling for many hours. The sounds have become wonderfully familiar. The deep breathing of the boiler, the rhythmic beat of the exhaust, the steady clicking of steel wheels passing over countless rail joints. Together, they create a slow, almost hypnotic cadence that seems perfectly suited to the long winter night. Inside the locomotive cab, the driver checks his watch beneath the dim glow of a small oil lamp. The timetable rests open beside him, its pages marked with careful pencil notes added throughout the journey. Reduced speed through one mountain cutting. Additional water stop completed. Minor delay recovered after leaving the junction. Nothing dramatic. Only the ordinary adjustments required to move a heavy freight train safely across hundreds of kilometers. The fireman remains busy despite the late hour. Every few minutes he studies the bed of glowing coals before deciding exactly where the next shovelful should land. Experienced railwaymen often compared firing a steam locomotive to tending a living fire rather than feeding a machine. The heat must remain balanced. Too much in one corner, too little in another. The boiler rewards patience more readily than haste. Outside, fresh snow begins falling once again. The flakes drift lazily through the locomotive's headlamp, appearing almost motionless before vanishing beneath the driving wheels. Visibility decreases gradually, not enough to halt the train, enough to remind every crew member that winter has not yet surrendered. Far ahead, maintenance workers have already begun preparing the route for overnight traffic. One team clears drifting snow from switch points using wide wooden brooms. Another inspects signal lamps, trimming wicks and refilling kerosene reservoirs before darkness deepens further. Several kilometers away, bridge inspectors complete one final examination after temperatures fall below freezing. Each crew works independently. Together they keep the railway breathing. The convoy approaches a mountain station shortly before midnight. Its platform is nearly empty. Only the night station master, 2 signalmen, and a small group of mechanics wait beneath the canopy. No passengers board, no cargo is loaded. The stop exists solely because locomotives require care as faithfully as people require rest. The engine rolls beneath the water crane. Steam rises immediately as thousands of litres pour into the tender. Nearby, one mechanic kneels beside the leading driving wheel. His lantern casts long shadows across polished steel rods while he checks every bearing with careful fingertips. Another examines brake cylinders. A third wipes moisture from exposed valves before applying fresh oil against the freezing air. Preventive maintenance has always been quieter than emergency repair. It is also infinitely more successful. Inside the station office, telegraph instruments continue their endless conversation. Messages arrive from neighbouring junctions. Track clear, signal repaired, freight delayed by weather. Proceed according to revised timetable. The station master copies each report carefully into another bound register before passing updated instructions to the conductor. Paper continues flowing alongside the trains. One records the other. The railway remembers through ink as faithfully as through steel. The locomotive crew enjoys only a brief pause inside the station canteen. Hot soup, dark bread, strong coffee. Their meal lasts barely 15 minutes before another whistle announces departure time. Nobody complains. The railway has always measured breaks in minutes rather than hours. Outside once more, the locomotive begins climbing toward the highest section of the route. The gradient is demanding. Steam pressure drops slightly before recovering as the fireman adjusts the furnace. The exhaust becomes slower, more deliberate. The engine is working hard now, yet it never sounds distressed, only determined. Snow-covered forests close around the line. The world beyond the headlamp disappears into darkness. Only the rails remain visible, shining brightly beneath the falling snow before vanishing beneath the locomotive itself. There is something strangely peaceful about night running. Distractions disappear. Attention narrows naturally toward the few things that truly matter. The signal ahead, the pressure gauge, the rhythm of the engine, the feel of the track beneath the wheels. Perhaps that is why so many veteran railwaymen later remembered these journeys with quiet affection, despite the hardships surrounding them. Toward the early hours of morning, the snowfall finally begins easing. Clouds thin gradually. A few stars appear overhead. The eastern horizon shows the faintest suggestion of approaching dawn. Another winter night has almost passed. The freight convoy begins descending toward lower ground where the first signs of spring are already visible. Water trickles beneath bridge arches. Snow lies thinner upon open fields. Small patches of dark earth emerge beside the embankments. The season itself seems to be changing one careful day at a time. The conductor closes his ledger after writing the final entry of the shift. Journey completed without incident. Routine inspections satisfactory. Arrival expected on schedule. Simple words. Yet they describe an extraordinary achievement. Hundreds of kilometers traveled. Countless bridges crossed. Dozens of stations passed. Thousands of tons moved safely through another difficult winter, without fanfare, without celebration, only through careful work. As dawn finally rises across the countryside, the locomotive enters the depot where another crew already waits beside the inspection pit. Fresh overalls, clean notebooks, warm tools prepared for another day's maintenance. The outgoing driver climbs slowly from the cab, removes one glove, and rests his hand for a moment against the warm boiler that has carried him through the night. No speech follows, only a quiet nod toward the mechanic waiting below. The responsibility passes naturally from one generation of hands to another. You remain standing beside the rails as the locomotive is guided gently toward the workshop. Steam drifts upward into the cool morning air. Soot settles softly upon the depot roof. Somewhere nearby, birds begin singing for the first time in many months. Winter is ending. The railway endures. Long after the headlines of war fade into history, the tracks remain where engineers laid them, the stations continue welcoming travellers, and the locomotives, whether preserved in museums or remembered only in photographs, still tell the story of ordinary men and women whose patience kept an entire continent connected through its darkest seasons. Perhaps that is the final lesson carried by the last steam locomotives of the Eastern Front. Not that they witnessed war, but that they quietly outlived it. And as the first warm breeze of approaching spring moves gently through the depot yard, carrying away the last thin ribbon of steam from the resting locomotive, you realize that every journey eventually reaches its destination, not with triumph, but with the quiet satisfaction of work completed faithfully, one careful mile at a time.